Not really, but sure we can figure it out.
I'm sure if you add the feet to the character, it should.
So I added the feet, but I don't know if there's any... There's nothing that apparently shows anywhere.
I don't know who I'm supposed to select. I can't.
Maybe
select
under
anything.
special defenses.
Ooh.
Is there like some kind of coding I should write there? Because otherwise I could just like type in it like it's a blank space.
Yeah, let's just try leaving that there for now, and we'll probably just have to remember it and keep adjusting your HP.
Here, let me test that for you. Yeah.
In that case, what I can do is just add like kind of like a spell or something that just adds 3 hit points. So anytime I take non-magical, slashing, piercing, or bludgeoning, I can just give myself back 3.
Heal it back. I mean, that's one way.
Well, that's from a feat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's from a feat.
And it didn't like automatically do anything.
Not that I can see, but also I'm not really sure where like something like damage reduction would be added. It's just like there's nothing in the AC formula thing there.
True. Well, I guess we'll find out.
All right.
You said I'm difficult.
Yes. Oh.
So, Adam, if you're there, we'll let you control Chesco. Actually,
Okay.
we'll let Lucas control Chesco until we introduce Lucas' character, which may or may not happen this session.
All right, I'm the man with
If
the
things
light.
go as planned, it should.
All right. So everyone pick a random direction, and that's where we're going.
Okay, so Zen, if you would like to roll your for your health.
Right. And can I just roll a hit die for the sake?
No, because that'll heal you.
Okay.
Just rolled the D8. Or wait, no, you're paladin.
The
D10.
D10.
Yeah.
Yeah, D10. Okie doke.
Hope you roll better than a 3.
6. Slightly better than a 3. Double.
That's above average.
And your con is 2, so that's 8 points for you.
Nice. Even 50.
Ooh, hey.
Who wants to be next?
Are we leveling up? Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome.
Well, I will go. I have a D8.
1d8.
Hey! Woo!
Well, I guess
That's
you'll just take that
exciting.
then.
It's a good
I don't believe I'm going to do
day.
better than that.
You can try.
All right, you're now at 43.
Give me a great day, guys.
Who wants to be next?
Do you want me rolling for Chesco?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and let you roll.
All right.
When he comes back, if it turns out to be a crappy roll, we'll let him roll.
10. Max.
I assume he'll probably want to take
I'm
that.
pretty sure he wants to take that one.
Just maybe.
So, oh, he's got a con of 11. All right. He's a ranger.
He had a con of 0, so.
Right.
All right, Numa or Caden?
What do we
Rolling
do?
our hit dice, right?
Yeah. So a
Yep,
D8
hit dice.
and ooh, he rolled a 2 on the 6. He rolled a 2 on the 6. Oh no.
Looks like you're definitely getting a 2.
Did you roll a 1 or something?
No, he
I rolled a
2. You both
I've got my
rolled 2.
camera on. You can see it.
You
No,
both rolled
I
2s.
can't actually. But okay,
Well, if you accepted the camera, you could.
so I'm up to 37 now.
I just added your 5 or your 4. You were at 31.
All right.
Wizards.
Okay, Numa, I need you to roll a D8.
In the dragon or on the?
Just roll it open. I think you'll want your 5.
Did you roll a 1?
I did.
Yeah, I'll take the 5. And also on at 4th level, I get to increase one of my ability scores, or 2 of my ability scores.
Or take a feat.
Or take a feat.
Take a feat.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? I already got 2 feet.
Do you have a player's handbook on hand?
I'd have to get back into the share folder on the Gmail to get it up. But I do have the monk. I mean, I have the couple of pages for the monk that I've got up right now, but I don't see anything about a feat.
Yeah, it's a separate section.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Hello, printer.
Also get slow fall now.
That's pretty handy.
It's very
Yeah. It's like hidden tiger, crouching monk.
Yeah.
Crouching monk, hidden dragon, maybe?
I don't know. Hidden couch.
The hidden couch. Yes.
Hidden couch Dorito bag. I don't know. I thought I read somewhere where.
I'm linking you a bunch of the feats in the chat.
Oh, I'm not even looking at the chat. Oh, wow. Yeah. Tavern Brawler. That's right up my alley. Skulker. Does that mean I have to be registered in the neighborhoods I go visit? Skulker.
If you go door to door in every town to let them know that you're going to be within 300 feet.
Right. I don't know if those links are working very well.
Click on the dragon head.
Oh, on the dragon head. Very
Oh, hey,
good.
look
Don't
at
let
that.
them talk to you like that.
Oh, and now those are interesting.
Yeah, they add a nice flavor to your class. You can get kind of a multi-class feel without dipping into another class by choosing a different feat.
have the perfect one for Erevan.
Uh-oh.
Dungeon Delver.
Yes, that was the one.
Advantage on wisdom, perception, and intelligence investigation checks made to detect the presence of secret doors. You have advantage on saving throws to avoid or resist traps.
No, right there.
I don't know what you guys are worried about.
You have
I found all the
resistance
traps.
to damage dealt by traps.
I found all the traps, no problem.
And you can search for
Right,
traps.
so you can have this resistance to their damage now.
And eventually, over time, I'm just figuring my immune system will just build up its own natural resistance.
He's going to turn into a dwarf eventually.
Okay. Well, while everyone is working on that, who wants to recap last week?
I can.
How about Amanda does it?
Just
We don't
curious what I would.
We don't have a panda. So, Caden, why don't you recap for us? Or are you too busy looking at spells?
I'm not sure I remember last week.
Zen, you're up.
All right. Afterwards, you might have to help me figure out how to add healing on like a spell power or something. But last week we started off resting in the room where we just slew the blue dragonborn and his two best buddies. We made our way up north, up the staircase to a room where the kobolds kind of had a bit of a mess, kind of what was probably their own kind of makeshift barracks, and continued forward where Erevan diffused the first of the night's traps with a series of boulders collapsing on his face. No, that was the week before.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was the week before.
So last week we started off with Erevan diffusing one of the traps that erupted into his foot, swung at Numa, went down,
No, that was 2 weeks
and
ago.
attacked the lizard people, but they're not
Also
lizard
2 weeks
people,
ago.
they-
Yeah, that was
Troglodytes.
yeah.
Started off with the troglodyte fight, though.
No, we started after the troglodyte fight.
Yeah.
And then we went into the freezer, the meat locker.
So I'm not the
We
only
talked-
one who
we
doesn't
talked to
remember,
the
at least.
cultists. We
Yeah.
talked to the cultists.
Yeah, we talked to the cultists,
Troglodyte.
went into the meat locker.
Went into the meat
you got
locker.
stuck by
Erevan-
hooks. We went back
Erevan
out. Yeah,
found another
That was the
trap.
first trap you found.
that was the first trap you found.
That was the first trap I found that day. So Erevan found another trap on his way to the meat locker, carried handfuls of goats back to the room with the black drake lizard dragon things. Whereupon we were surprised by kobolds and as well as the black dragonborn and then a roper that popped up. And things were about to get very, very, very bad for the party. And so we chose to retreat after killing the kobolds. And I think we even took out all the black drake lizard things
We did.
in there.
And we fed him
Before-
like 15 to 20 bodies.
Whole lot of bodies. He was talking to Octavia,
Uh-oh.
but Octavia wasn't really communicating to the rest of the party what he was saying.
Oh, that's right. By the
What was he
So
saying?
Octavia was just asking for bodies. So
Oh, yeah,
we just kept
you
bringing
saved the party,
Octavia
by the
bodies.
way.
And then we went back to the room where we slayed the blue dragonborn man. The majority of the party tried to escape the room while they were like, "Hey, Erevan, go open that chest up there." And Erevan went and took the whole chest, pulled up the chest, and it emitted a gas into the room, which was fairly bad news. So the rest of the party made their escape up the ladder to the kind of pillow-laden room. Erevan made his way to the closest exit, which was up the route to the Kobold Barracks once again. And going
That's where we're
solo, he healed himself a little bit, then made his way out to the fungus cavern and had a 50% chance of picking the wrong path. And luckily rolled correctly and avoided a series of fungaloids
Mhm.
up the stairs. And
I think if you remember correctly, you chose the wrong path, but your
Took the wrong
GM decided
The GM had to
And
roll for it.
then he went to the top of the stairs, triggered trap number 3, fell back down into the mushroom,
down.
and started hallucinating again.
Diffused trap number 3, and then made his way back up to the party as they were just watching him fumble about down there
It was
amongst
great.
the fungus. I can't remember if we opened the chest or if I just have the chest.
No, we did
You
not
have
open
the
it.
chest.
Still locked.
Okay, didn't open the chest.
But
Probably because
You were,
I was lower on points.
you were just about to draw your weapons at these creatures with lizard faces that have taken over your companions.
That's right. That's where we left off last session.
Yes.
Unfortunately, right as you were getting ready to draw your weapons, you collapsed, unconscious,
Oh,
due to the effects of the poison.
they are so lucky.
And you wake up about an hour later with the group having dragged you out of the cave into the old cultist campsite that is still abandoned, with a chest sitting there amongst you.
I regain consciousness at this point, still unconscious, and they have to decide what to do with the chest.
Nope, you are just now waking up. They've been waiting on you very
Oh,
patiently.
right.
They're kind like that.
So sweet.
What nice guys they are. So Aravan, coming to consciousness, is going to look about and say, so have you seen what's inside of there? Pointing towards the chest.
I haven't tried to open it. I thought it was trapped.
I'm pretty sure you've been doing quite a good job at collecting the traps, so we wouldn't want to make you miss this one.
I
It
see.
is trapped. And speaking of, can I do a check to see if there is a trap on it?
Absolutely.
Which is perception, right?
Investigation.
Investigation, obviously. Because I suck at that one.
Intellect, your worst stat.
Yeah.
Good call.
All right, as you pick up the chest and kind of start looking at it and trying to inspect it, you hear kind of a sloshing around on the inside,
Good.
and you are immediately struck by the thought of having acid, which was what sprayed all over the room, kind of in a, like you just get this image of a vial with acid in there, ready to break, and you're afraid that whatever might be in there could just get corroded and destroyed if you open this chest the wrong way.
Okay, so can I try and disarm it?
Do you have thieves' tools?
No.
Then no, you can't.
You can
Really?
disarm it with your mace.
Yeah, this was my face, that'd be great. I believe that I could disarm this. Yeah, I'm just gonna set it down and be like, yeah, you know what? I definitely don't want to open this. I have a feeling there's nothing good inside for me. You guys have at it, and I'm gonna take a step away from the chest.
What time of day is it?
It's actually in the early afternoon. The time you spent exploring, the time that you spent fighting everything, and it looks like you all just disconnected.
But we're still here.
Still here.
So,
Maybe you disconnected. Huh?
well,
Impossible.
if I disconnect it, it's going to make it real fun for you guys to access the host computer. And Chip, you're sure about just increasing your dexterity by 2? I mean, that's kind of the cheater's way to go.
What's this? What do you mean by that? The cheater's way to go. You're saying I should not use my Gary Gygax provided information to, make my guy better? I mean, what's the deal?
Mainly, I just think the feats are more interesting. But if you want 2 dexterity, you're about to get 2 dexterity.
The feats are too hard. I can't keep up with all this stuff.
Well,
Plus,
they
I mean,
might
as
be
a
more
monk,
interesting
some of
for melee people. But anyway,
well,
It's
yeah,
not a whole lot for monk though.
yeah. I mean,
really.
most of it I'm going to end up getting. Ow, gosh, ooh, cramp.
I guess
Sorry.
he needs that 2 dexterity.
well, and there are some feats that give you ability points as well.
Yeah,
I
but
was.
I
yeah.
will let you, investigate the feats more thoroughly, and should you change your mind, we can come back to it. But for now, you now have Dex of 17.
Yeah, but see what dexterity does for me is it gives me it increases a lot of things at the same time.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah,
Right.
so yeah,
Advantage
I am cheating a little bit,
Now,
but
The only reason
I
I
know-
would encourage you to keep looking,
yeah,
you may find a feat that lets you add a point to dexterity. And since you had a 15, just adding 1 point will get you the bonus that you need. Because, like at 16, you get the +3. So at 16, you get all this cool stuff. 17 really doesn't do anything for you except get you
Yeah.
closer to 18.
You want to be on the evens if you can.
So, like I said, just
yeah.
keep looking into it. You don't have to. You can decide whatever you want as your character.
Yeah, it's fine. We're good.
So, in the interest of time, and you guys, tell me, would you rather role play the time between here and deciding to leave and all that kind of stuff? Or do you just want to get on the road and then discuss what your plans are as you're traveling?
Okay, real quick. So we did explore this entire cave.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have now explored the entire cave. You discovered lots of interesting information. You found a room with 3 dragon eggs that have currently been left alone
With
by
the roper.
themselves with a roper.
Are we gonna leave those here?
Yep.
Is that smart?
Yep.
Well,
Won't they be
I think it was not fighting the roper is smart.
Yeah. I offered him to eat them once they hatched.
and I'm sure you passed on to the rest of the group that his response was, maybe I will, maybe I won't.
Yeah. Of course I relayed all that information. Amanda, you would have relayed all that information, right?
What information?
Exactly.
I'm so confused. I always relay information.
Well, there you go. Then yes,
Information.
everything has been told to the party.
So the party is fully aware that the roper basically said that he wanted lots of food, that the first couple of bodies that were provided were food for a few days, and he wanted food for weeks. Brought in a lot more bodies. He seemed pretty happy with that. Never actually made any aggressive actions towards you, other than being, creepy and scary. And you ran off and left 3 dragon eggs in their, creche to just kind of do whatever they were going to do.
Oh, and the cultists left because of the dragons were getting ready to hatch. I believe.
No.
That must have been between drink 1 and 2.
So we're just gonna let these dragons hatch and leave here? Like, wouldn't it be easier to take them out now than it would be
I'm not
when
going
they're
back in
big
there.
dragons?
Yeah, I was actually thinking, should we just collapse this cave opening so these dragons don't leave? Leave that roper there to die of slow starvation?
If you have anything capable of collapsing this entrance, feel free. But we did find several notes in Frulum's chamber about arrows leading to Baragos to the west and that same arrow continued forward to the north, and a note that stated that everything must be freighted north to Naryatar.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Well, I say we at least head in that direction, and then we can make a decision.
Well, we have to make a decision about the cave's entrance while we're still here.
I don't have anything to close an opening this large.
I don't think I do.
I mean, if Caden can do a couple of shatters, then maybe he can bring it down.
As
got
you
one
guys are discussing
shatter right
this, you get the impression, as you're talking this over, that you probably haven't thought this idea all the way through. That trying to trap something in this cave when you don't know for sure that there aren't.
Other entrances.
Yeah. Because there could be, and we just don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, we did
don't really
explore
have a way to
everything,
test
but,
it.
you know.
You explored everything, but you also know there were troglodytes that got in there somehow.
Yeah.
You know,
And we did find at least one hidden door.
Right.
Meaning,
Well,
and the roper got in there somehow. You're pretty sure it wasn't like, you know, ropers are typically more of a underdark sort of creature.
yeah,
There might be a way to go further down.
I say we leave. Let's not waste any more time on this place.
Chesko would realize that even a young dragon, you know, freshly hatched, is still a formidable creature. There's no guarantee that a roper would actually be able to consume it on its own.
Yeah. I don't think we have the strength to go back in there and take out the roper, though.
Oh no, I'm not worried about the roper. I just thought while we were here, if it was easy to collapse the mouth of the cave, we could for just the heck of it. Make sure nothing follows us, but if we
Friend
can do
Numa,
it, I say
if collapsing the entrance would make you feel more comfortable before we walk away, please have at it. Otherwise, we still have to report back to the people of Greenest.
I think that's probably the best plan of action since you guys say we're going to the cave. I'm taking your word for it. So let's make like a baby and head out.
That's disturbing.
so. Yeah, I think Numa says it's time to perhaps go back to Greenest to report to his master Leos and what Octavia has envisioned and what we have seen here.
How many days has it been since we've been here?
You spent one full. You discovered the cave in the morning. You then spent a full day in the cave because of your couple of rests. And
it hasn't been 10 days.
It's now the afternoon of the second day since you actually arrived back.
So,
It's been a full 10 days.
So we only have to watch this place 18 more days.
Figure out what's happening. I think this is worthy news to return early, though, you know.
Well, yeah, I think that there was a lot of information about the whole relationship between the cultists and the kobolds, and perhaps it gives him more information to tell us what our next move is.
At the very least, a warning that the cultists are on the move might be appropriate in nearby towns.
Yes. I would agree with that. So, should we walk for a little bit and rest and then continue, or should we just try and make the full march?
How long did it take?
A lot of our spells and health and so on.
Oh yeah. I think we need to go a little ways from the camp and then maybe rest before we make our way to Greenest.
It's a day and a half's journey, if I remember. So we might as well get started.
Walk
As
till
much as the
nightfall,
daylight.
camp for the night.
We can. Precisely. Sounds good to me.
Chesko holds out his lantern even though it's daylight and starts walking.
Squinted eyes.
As Octavia said, in regards to the human birthing ritual, let's get started.
So we're heading towards Greenest then.
Yes.
Yes.
There we go. Hey, look at us go.
So from Greenest, what is our plan? Do we follow the cultist trail to Baragost, or head off after Leosin towards, I want to say, Burdusk?
Burdusk is where Leosin is from. He told you that he would be going from there, from Greenest, to, Eltergard, I think. Hang on a second. Sorry, I gotta find the name. It's escaping me at the moment. Elturel.
Elturel. All right.
Okay, so was this Roper in the same room as these eggs?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes.
Yeah. So
So what did that note say that about Baragost?
There was, I think it was a map, and the map had an arrow leading from the cultist place over towards Baragost, and then that arrow from Baragost continued to point up to the north. And there was a note in addition to those arrows that said, everything must be freighted north to Neriatar. I think that was the spelling of it.
Okay. Well, I think given Numa's instructions from his master, he would want to perhaps investigate that pathway with the cultists.
okay, real quick, I'm just throwing this out there. Still kind of iffy on what happened last week, so I apologize. So
If you have any questions, just ask, and I'll fill you in on everything you need to know as your character.
Okay, so this guy, this lovely tentacle thing, is guarding these eggs for food.
I don't know that we established that.
So while we were attacking the kobolds, a couple of them kind of ran into another chamber, and that's where they started chanting. And after a round or two, the roper appeared there.
Octavia, since I believe you speak Draconic, am I correct in that?
Mm-hmm.
What you would have heard was they ran over to what looked like a pillar and started yelling, help us, we will give you all the foods, or all the meats, I believe is actually what they said.
Mm-hmm.
So for those though who could not understand, it may have sounded like chanting. You specifically know they were just asking for help.
Okay, so say we bring in all the dead bodies that we've recently killed, and
You already did that.
Roper. We did.
Yep.
So
Yep, and he seemed to be very pleased by that.
why can't we take the eggs then?
It was a matter of the eggs are like huge.
They're large. They're not like immovable. They're just big. I mean, they're probably 75, maybe 100 pounds. They're like, the size of a large dog.
So in the context of why we got out of there as fast as we did, because he was sitting there eating bodies, flailing his tentacles around at us. And we were like...
Around us.
Around us. And me being you was trying to negotiate with him to get everybody out of the cavern so we could leave. Because we thought he was going to eat us.
But if we gave him the dead bodies, wouldn't he kind of be on our side?
He's a rock monster.
Well, we did feed him, so maybe he's going to be...
So I guess that technically would be up to Octavia to decide.
It was you.
Well, I mean, I just know dragon eggs
in that
worth
moment,
something,
and you thought it might be a better idea to get out of there since Numa, Arabin...
We were hurting.
We tried to attack it and we couldn't do anything.
Didn't try to attack
No, that's
it.
right. We didn't attack it. Otherwise,
it. But we were all doing pretty bad after taking out the kobolds and the black drakes.
Yeah, Aravan went down again, and you healed him again.
And the room was full of acid.
Full of acid, yeah.
So we were taking damage just from being in the room.
We were dying.
I feel like it's just not smart on our half as adventurers to leave 3 potential dragons behind. Because that's going to come and bite us in the ass. We can't just leave 3 dragons here. Yes, they're just eggs right now, but...
I can't remember who all did, but I know Aravan didn't recognize those larger rock mounds as being dragon eggs.
Wait, what?
Like, I know Aravan failed to check to recognize them as being eggs.
No, you noticed they were eggs. You couldn't tell what color dragon they might be.
I couldn't figure it out either.
So there's no question that there are 3 dragon eggs in that cave. And someone had the bright insight to recognize that the only reason they would be left behind by all these cultists who seem to be on their way north was because they were really close to hatching.
That's what I remember. Yes.
So you can't really smash them if they're really close to hatching because they're probably fully formed in there, so that would just probably wake them. But I don't know, I can't just leave 3 dragons behind us if we walk away. Like, that just doesn't sound so smart. Like, can I do like a history check to see if someone hatches a dragon egg? Like, is it loyal to them or?
I will say this:
How does that work?
in a dark cavern filled with acid, so they're most likely black dragons.
Without saying yes or no, that is not a bad assumption to be made based on your knowledge of the nature of dragons.
Right.
Location,
evil people.
I don't know. I don't think we can leave them here.
If you wish to return, we should probably do so now before we get too far along on our way to Greenest.
Yeah, I think it could cost us our lives, which I totally apologize for,
But as you said, you don't believe that simply smashing open the eggs might work on such creatures. Do you have another means in mind? Because if it comes to fighting 3 dragonborn wormlings, I believe the most of our party is fairly tapped out on our abilities. We spent much of what we could simply escaping that chamber.
Is anybody skilled in survival?
I am. Yes.
Nope.
Okay, well, anybody skilled in survival can make me a survival check. Anybody else can make me a wisdom check.
Is this in the tower or open?
Doesn't matter.
Train,
yes.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, well, Numa is not the highest roll.
Wow.
Nice.
Secret rules.
Octavia, Chesko, and Numa. As you're discussing this, all of you, you're bantering back and forth trying to figure out what in the heck's going on, what to do with these dragon eggs, and 3 things come to your mind. 1, leaving a dragon egg to hatch is probably not very intelligent, because then you've got a dragon that comes out of it.
Which is
And
why I
that
wanted to close the cave up.
Right.
And that dragon, while it's not going to be, like full-on dragon immediately, is certainly a dangerous creature that, if it makes its home in this area, is not going to be very happy with, or the people of the area are not going to be particularly happy if they have new dragon neighbors.
Right.
2, that while the creature may be close to hatching, much like any other creature, if you were to take a chicken's egg and crack it open before it's actually ready to hatch, that chicken is not likely to survive. So there is, even at the tail end of the maturation process, there is critical things going on. Premature births are particularly deadly in a time frame without modern medicine. 3, you also have heard, not that anyone is crazy enough to actually try raising dragons, but
You've met one now.
you have heard of dragon eggs that lay dormant for a very long time and were eventually hatched when conditions were right. So it's possible that you could transport this egg somewhere and it wouldn't hatch because it's no longer in the right environment. But should it then later on be placed in the right environment, it could hatch. So
that's
if you so chose, a dragon egg retrieved from this cave could potentially be sold to good or evil people for a lot of money.
How greedy are we?
Very.
I like certain things that I'm greedy about, but we can't.
3 dragon eggs could fetch quite a cost, quite a price.
Or at the very least 1, and we can make sure the other 2 don't hatch. But I'm not really for killing baby dragons and sad.
So here's something I don't think I need a wisdom check. There's a roper in that same room.
But he's our friend now. We fed him.
Okay.
He is pure evil. He is no friend.
Ben, roughly, kind of like ballpark, what size are these eggs? Like pick up in a hand, or like?
Oh no, this is a
Boulder
two-handed,
size?
like,
German Shepherd.
imagine a 60, 70 pound, medicine ball.
All right.
I mean, it's like one of those exercise balls, only extra heavy.
All right.
Beach balls.
That's
So
not too bad. I mean,
you
I've
wish
got
to
14
locate
strength,
these-
so I could carry something like that.
for an entire day and a half's worth of travel, are you still capable?
It might be slower.
Yeah.
We can take our time.
at the very least, we need to make sure that we don't leave this cave with them here, whether they are squished or not. We can't just leave 3 dragons to hatch.
Would you say we sleep on it? We're all tired anyway. And then we decide in the morning.
But if morning comes, the roper might be hungry again. That's my only fear.
He's got weeks worth of food.
No, he's
Yeah, you guys
He's good
hauled
on
in.
a lot of food.
You guys hauled in a lot of food.
Oh, okay.
This is a creature that is used to sitting in ambush and grabbing things, like once a month. And you've just given it enough food to last a long time. Until it spoils.
So he could be cool. But if we sleep tonight, at least we have a fighting chance.
I mean,
if we decide
even
to
if we
make
went in there and smashed the eggs, we could offer the egg goop to him, and I'm sure he would be happy to.
I'm up for making some coin.
Gaten definitely likes the idea of making coin, and he also likes the idea
But-
of keeping the dragon cult, or taking the eggs away from the dragon cultists, spiting them. So
but they could get the eggs again if we were to just sell it, and then they would have dragons hatching.
They would have
again.
to find a new place to hatch them.
If Numa goes back in, he's going to want them to be destroyed and not brought back out. I don't think for selling them. So I just think that's how he would play this. We'd either destroy him, put him in the
Either
freezer.
way, we're going
Numa,
back in the case.
would your monk order be all right with us returning these dragon eggs under their own protection back in Greedust? If only for a short while.
Well, you're going to have to help me with this one, Ben. I'm thinking we're more interested in the dragon cult than the dragons.
What
Is that
all
fair?
of you know is that there are two broad categories of dragons. There are the metallic dragons, and there are the chromatic dragons.
Mhm.
Metallic dragons are known to be good, and that's bronze, silver, gold, copper. There's one more, but
Brass.
they are brass. Yeah, there you go.
I think gold
They
is
are
actually
all-
considered a chromatic.
No, golds are metallic. They are absolutely good guys.
I forgot which one's the yellow one for chromatic.
There isn't really a yellow one. There's for chromatics. There's black, green, blue, red,
White.
and white. So, since you couldn't determine what color of eggs these were, the fact that they are, as I guess at this point Chesko pointed out, that there was one that, like, they're being raised in this acid-rich environment. That really only seems to fit with a chromatic dragon, a black dragon. You can't remember any of the good dragons having acid as their kind of natural.
Well, but I was just saying generically that my monastic order probably is not interested in raising dragons.
Right. What I was getting towards was if it were a good dragon. If it were
No.
Dragon color, if it were a metallic dragon egg, then raising or being able to hatch a metallic dragon and have another good dragon in the world would be something that your order would absolutely be willing to try to help. If it were a metallic or a chromatic dragon egg, if it were a evil dragon's egg, they would have no intention whatsoever of letting it survive.
Sure.
So even if we do destroy them, like the egg shards and the remains would still be worth something, right?
Yes, they would certainly be worth something. And
Awesome.
I take it back. The copper dragons actually do have acid. So black dragons and copper dragons are prone to acid.
So we really just have to get back in there and see what kind of egg it is before we decide exactly what we need to do with it.
I think if we're going to do anything, we rest up, we go back in, we take the eggs out into the sunlight, investigate them further, and then either destroy them or take them with us. Once we can get a better eye. It was really dark when we were in there originally. None of
You're
us
also kind of distracted.
with a rope. So
I do know of a small room right inside the cave that we could sleep in. I killed a guy in there, so it's really closed off, secret, hidden.
But
If we need sleep.
and while everybody's looking, so the map that I've put up and those arrows roughly describe the map that you found inside the cave. Basically saying, head west, hit the road, and then go north.
Numa asked Chesko if he can tell how long the dragon cultists have been gone.
That's a good
When he
point.
By their
went searching
trucks.
around the original
Yeah.
time, it was they had been gone maybe a couple of days.
Okay.
So you know that theoretically they're going that way.
It could be the Veracast by now.
It is very unlikely they're at Baragost.
Oh, okay.
With all the carts and everything they were taking, you figure they're not traveling particularly fast. And my my scaling of the map has been very loose up to this point. So we're going to stick with it's a day and a half to greenest. That day and a half to get from where you guys are to Baragost, you'd expect a large group of people traveling with wagons to take at least 2 weeks.
Okay.
Is that the same as 210 days?
Yeah, sorry.
Or
210
14 days? Oh, so we'll have another decision to make after you get these eggs then.
And you know that the mission you were given was to investigate and observe, see if you can figure out what these cultists want or what their next move is going to be, and then report back.
Right. In 210 days time.
We might have to report back sooner than that, though.
I would consider this to be a significant movement worth reporting back on.
I agree. I wonder if we can catch up with them to see how many there are before we go back.
Well, we
Well, I
did
can
see their
assume the
numbers.
amount there were that left here.
Yeah, but we don't know how many
Very least.
people. We don't know all of the people that were in the cave, though. The caves we never saw what was in the caves. I mean, are there kobolds traveling with them? Is it just the cultists?
There were already kobolds with them even outside the caves.
But at the very least, they have
Right.
at least 200 in their number heading towards Baragost.
And we don't have any more pigeons, do we?
No.
Make it very far.
The pigeons were crushed.
I
Okay.
remember
So-
that now.
When Erlenthar gave you guys your mission, what he said was, go observe, report back. He was going to be going on to Elturel, and he was almost certainly going to be going via Burdusk. And if you get to Elturel and he's not there, you're supposed to meet up with Onthar Froom, a paladin of Torm that he knows.
I don't remember that part.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I wanted to remind you.
And we were meeting him at Burdusk.
No, at Elturel. So if you look at the
Okay.
map,
He's traveling through
I see it.
Burdusk to get to
I see it.
Elturel.
I didn't know where the paladin was at. The paladin, if
He's
he's
in it.
not. So, are we talking about Leosin or the guy from the
Yeah.
very? Yeah.
Leosin was going to go to Burdusk on to Elturel. to
If he
meet
wasn't at
with-
Elturel, yeah.
Right. And if he's not at Elturel when you guys get there, which were kind of his instructions, then look for Onthar Froom. So he's expecting you guys to make your way to Elturel eventually and to bring news.
All right.
From knowledge of like the history around here, is Veragos like a happy town, like a bad guy place, or
Varagos is just a coastal trading city. It is one of the larger settlements. It doesn't have a particularly bad reputation or anything.
Okay. All right. So Octavia, let's go get your eggs, and then we make our way to Greenest and maybe send a pigeon or something to Bergos to warn them from Greenest as we go on our way to Burdusk and Elturel.
yeah. Let's, I guess, take a rest first since everyone's tired.
Yes. Oh, yes. I definitely need to rest. If I'm facing this roper, I don't want to be. I want to be full key. I want to be all keyed up.
I think we'll be okay with that.
You guys are going to take a full rest then.
Yeah, are we camping in the cave or outside the cave in like one of those nice tents that Numa actually feels a lot more comfortable out there than going back in that cave. But,
Or back up to the screen we constructed.
oh yeah,
On top of the
on the cliff. Yeah, I think it would be safer. I mean, who knows?
It was a very nice screen.
It was a very nice screen.
We put a lot of work into that.
It hit us well from no eyes.
You did a fabulous job. I don't care where we sleep.
I'm missing that map now. Is that map gone?
Yep.
Okay.
But you're not going to need it.
Okay, good.
So, you successfully complete your long rest wherever you happen to decide to do it. As the area seems to be thoroughly evacuated. There are no more stragglers that you've been able to spot. No, even the hunters seem to have gone on. They've wandered off doing whatever it is they were doing before. As you get up the next morning, I'm assuming you're going to kind of rest through the night.
Yeah.
If you guys want to start in the middle of the night, that's fine. You can just do your 8 hours and then get going. Which do you prefer?
I mean, if we're just going right back into the cave, I think going back in at night is going to be fine.
I don't think it really matters, just whenever.
Okay. So you get your 8 hours of rest to feel recuperated and regenerate yourselves, have a bit to eat. Everyone is feeling much better, much more capable and in charge. So you head back inside the cave, make your way, I assume, back to...
Beelining it to that black lizard dragon chamber.
Are you taking any precautions against the acid vapor environment you're kind of stuck in?
I'll take a strip of cloth and put it over my face.
Okay.
Yeah. That sounds smart.
Going Count Dracula with a cloak over the mouth.
I don't want to suck your air.
I think Numa's going to stay up at the top of those steps before going. I don't think he's going to go into that chamber. I think he'll stay outside the chamber for now.
As you make your way back in and begin heading down the steps, you hear a voice. Welcome back. Did you come to serve me?
He's talking to you, Amanda.
Oh, okay.
He's speaking Draconic, right?
No, he's actually speaking Common.
Oh.
The Roper was speaking Common.
I think last time was he speaking like in her mind?
Nope.
Oh, okay, so we can all hear this.
Yeah.
Oh, I was the only one talking last week. What the hell?
There were only 2 of you down there. The other 3 were like up on the
running away.
So I just assumed if there was this one-on-one conversation, she was the only one brave enough to talk to the thing.
Oh. Look at
Okay.
me.
He told us to get out of there, so we did.
Yeah, you told them to go get bodies.
All right, you're up.
Well, are you not satisfied with our previous servings?
I am more satisfied. The blood was fresh with these.
That's just what I wanted to hear. We just forgot something previously, and we were hoping to retrieve it before leaving.
What would you take?
I'm just gonna kind of like nonchalantly point to the eggs. Like, no big deal, just those.
So, you have decided to embrace your death.
No, not at all. Just our destiny, really.
I believe your destiny will be the inside of a dragon's stomach.
Well, if it comes to that, I suppose that's our blood to bear. So if you don't mind, we'll just be taking these and we'll be out of your way to enjoy your lovely meal we've put together for you.
I had hoped you would stay and serve me. Your meat is so delicious. But if you wish to die with the dragons, so be it.
Well, thank you very much, and I will start taking a few cautious steps closer to the eggs, keeping a very keen eye on this lovely thrasher.
He doesn't seem to be making any aggressive moves whatsoever.
Well, I'm gonna go pick up an egg then.
Aravan will make his way towards whatever egg is closest to the roper.
Evan, you're actually having a hard time spotting the eggs since you didn't really know where they were before. But
I'll go to the one that Octavia just pointed to. I'll go to
yeah, with a little bit of help, you find the egg, and it blends in actually pretty well with the surroundings.
I'm using Octavia's light to get the third egg.
You mean Chesko's lantern, right?
No, if you remember, I had
Octavia's light in the lantern?
No. She cast it on herself so she could actually go because Chesko was just sitting back like a bitch.
So
That wouldn't be the first
the
time.
three of you managed to pick up these eggs and begin making your way back out of the cavern, and says, I look forward to your deaths.
God, this guy's creepy. Let's get out of here.
Well, maybe we'll meet again sometime. And I'll kind of like cheers the egg to him, and leave.
I'm already up the stairs.
And once again, as you leave, all you hear is, ah.
I really don't like that guy.
This is really comforting. I'm so glad I went back in there. Okay,
Can we get out of
let's
this?
get these out. Yeah, let's get out of the cave and look at these eggs and see what color they are, so we can either smash them or sell them.
Let's go. We do that.
And you make your way, I assume you're making your way not through the fungus field.
Correct.
No, that doesn't sound very good. We'll go the safest way that we know.
So
What's wrong with the fungus field? It's perfectly fine.
So you get your 3 eggs back outside, and they are heavy. It's like you really hope you don't have to carry these things all the way back to Greenest, but adventurers do what adventurers have to do. And once you get outside, it's still dark. Octavia's light is giving you a better view, but you still, it's just not the same as seeing something like this in daylight.
And
So
killing us here.
you get going and deciding that there's not a whole lot of point in just waiting around for sunrise. Get your stuff together and start making your way towards Greenest. All right. So you begin walking, kind of occasionally swapping the burden back and forth so that not, the same person not having to carry this 60-pound, oddly shaped weight all the way. You continue on until daybreak, and as the sun begins to rise over the mountains to your south, because the sun is funky like that, you end up stopping to take a short breakfast, and as you finally get your first real good chance to look at these eggs in the light of day, I need...
Oh, it's gonna start hatching, isn't it? Damn you, Ben.
Roll initiative.
Ugh.
Oh, God.
I need whoever is trained in nature or history to make those rolls, and anyone who's not trained in either of those can just make me a intelligence check.
Is it a nature or a nurture check?
For you,
And you need initiative, right?
It's a pun check.
no,
they
there's
just
no
sound the
initiatives.
same.
Oh,
Just
okay.
don't let them fool you.
I was just trying to figure out which skill to make you guys roll.
Him and Adam have the same voice.
These
It's
eggs
complicated.
are just big enough that you can't put them in a backpack.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is not going to fit in your backpack.
Can we make
I did it with the pigeon.
Cling.
What if two of them carry
Okay.
it by the husk?
So, Araben, as you begin looking these over, because apparently no one can roll a nature check to save their lives,
I already knew that.
I'm not nature at all.
you take a look, and the husk of this or the shell of this egg is oddly leathery,
Ooh.
and in the light of day you can tell that the leather does have kind of a dark, it's hard to tell whether it's blue or black color to it, and you think that you've seen pictures of something like this before. You grew up in a well-to-do environment, were educated relatively well, and this looks like a black dragon egg. And you just get you don't think there's any way that this egg belongs to a bronze dragon. This has to be a black dragon egg.
So it's a bad dragon, yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
the black dragons would certainly be one of the most evil, vile, contemptible creatures in the world.
And is that all three of the eggs or just the one?
We didn't see
They
any
seem to be
white
magic.
dragon eggs in the cooler, did we?
You did not.
That's what I was about to say. I wonder if each of those little rooms had their own little egg hatchery.
And you really don't know what was there before you guys arrived.
Oh, they probably
Could have been any number of things. But
Could have been even more eggs.
given what you saw inside the cave, and as you went and took these eggs from their little nest among the rocks of that cavern, you're pretty sure there probably were more eggs in there at one point.
Crap. Well, should we destroy these eggs now? So we don't have to carry everything with us?
They were all black eggs, yes.
Yes, you have now identified 3 black dragon eggs.
Yes,
what
we
you
will
know-
destroy them.
And what you know about black dragons, this is common knowledge amongst all of you. Black dragons are noted as brutal and cruel. All chromatic dragons are evil, but black dragons stand apart for their sadistic nature.
Yeah, so
I
I would
will-
say
Good.
smash them. That would
If
be-
you're intending to break them, I would hesitate. Or if you intend to sell them, I can only imagine you can fetch a much larger price with them still
I-
intact.
We can't
Don't.
let a black dragon on the market.
We could drill a hole in the bottom and get the insides out like they do with Easter eggs sometimes.
Fake.
Oh my
An ostrich
god.
egg.
So fake dragon eggs.
No, they're not fake.
You
They're
gonna
still the
fill
egg
it up with
intact.
sand or something?
No, you guys know, like with ostrich eggs, they drill a hole in the bottom and the yolk will get sucked out and they have the whole egg still intact.
I think
But
they
the
want what's
insides are
inside
empty.
of it, not the egg itself.
So,
But we don't want to give them what's inside.
given that suggestion, I just have to ask, personal curiosity, who's gonna blow all that stuff out?
I'm not blowing a
Octavia.
dragon out of an egg.
Her idea is she can blow the dragon.
Well, you know, with my background, it would be the first time.
Jeez.
Wow, that's a thing I never thought I'd hear.
This is Dungeons and Dragons.
X-rated
Some of the
version.
dungeons, but I guess.
Dungeon X Dragons. Alright, I'm gonna take my short sword and stab it through and just start blendering the inside of this thing.
And
Should you watch for
as
acid or anything inside?
as you stab it and just start grinding as much as you can the inside with your short sword, you can feel that it's very just liquid gooey on the inside. There's not a whole lot of resistance in there. And as you pull your blade back out, it does drip with something vaguely resembling egg yolk.
Ooh,
But-
wipe it on the grass.
But you know, as you've violently shaken this dragon egg, it kind of rolls over as you pull your blade out, and you see these small worm-like things come
Oh, I back away.
come out of the egg. They look to be about 4 inches long and maybe about the size of a dime in diameter.
Like maggots?
Much bigger than maggots,
Big
but they're
maggots.
worms of some kind.
Would
Now, when you say
That
worm,
were
is that
inside
like
the egg.
earthworm or WYRM? Like dragon worm?
They look almost like larvae of some kind.
so
So it's WORM is kind of what they resemble.
for Amanda's sake, would that be what she envisioned when she was killing the blue dragon things?
That would be a smaller version of what you're looking at.
Mm-hmm.
Would be exactly what she saw crawl through that cultist eye and slowly
Oh.
transform him into a drake.
Oh my god, this is a nest of
Ugh.
cultist changing worm things.
So
And-
Aiden also starts backing away and
I'm
starts
packing away.
burning
Like, screw this.
worm things.
And Octavia also would remember that an even smaller version of that worm that has crawled out and is now like writhing on the ground next to the egg is what the cultists swallowed. That
To make the
then,
kobolds.
as they started coughing up the kobolds,
Oh my god, these
or
are.
the kobold, babies.
Can I
So
like
they
step
were-
on them?
Absolutely.
They're small enough to step on,
So-
right? I start like
Yes.
great mashing
There's like
this
a
shit.
swarm of them coming out, or like just like a few, or like hundreds.
Only one and then another have made it out right now. If you would like to open up the egg some more.
Actually, I think I'm gonna leave it right there. Can I do?
I squished the two that came out with my boot.
Is this a thing that I could try on it? I don't know if that'll work or not.
Oh god.
Flaming sphere.
Sounds
That
like
is absolutely a thing you could do on it.
Do you want
Yeah,
to pile
I'm
them
gonna-
up and then you do that?
if you guys are willing to get close enough.
I'm gonna
Everybody's
set it on the ground and walk away. Well, mine's already on the ground.
So, as you pile the 3 eggs together.
Aravan's holding on to his.
Oh,
Oh, you're actually
I'm
okay.
Arabin. Ah, I'm gonna get
So
locked
then,
out.
two of the eggs are laying there, and as Octavia channels this, the rest of you can tell that she is furious. Like there is a rage boiling up in her that you've never seen. And all of a sudden you just start seeing steam come hissing out of these eggs. And little fissures are opening up inside of them. And you can't, like, you don't see what she's doing, but something is going on in those eggs. And you hear like a really high-pitched whine, like steam escaping. And then all of a sudden, one egg and then the other just goes poof, poof, and like it cracks open, and you see like imagine an overinflated football as the top just rips open, and this pressure's released, and both eggs are just blown open. Like the egg itself, it's not exactly fragile. It was still kind of malleable and leathery, if you will. And when she steps over and looks inside, you can see that inside each egg is a just burned and charred husk of maybe a dozen of these worms.
And I'm going to turn to Arvin and say, these eggs are nothing worth hanging on to. They're not worth the gold you would get for them. I can promise you that.
Mayhaps not worth the gold, but do you understand the means in which these worms work? Perhaps if we were to take their bodies to a cleric or some sort, we might be able to build up some sort of better defense against these cultists in the future. And not for selling at market. This item could be used as a tool for its knowledge that is contained within.
That's a fair
I
point.
didn't think that far. I was overcome with anger. But I am a cleric of some sort. And I'm going to pick up one of the worms that was squished on it.
Real quick. I need everyone except Amanda to mute the call real quick.
How do you mute the call?
What do you mean mute the call? Mute me or mute you?
Can you even mute other people on Skype?
Okay, well, take your headphones off.
Yeah, that's it.
We could just end the call on our end, and you could just start it back up when you're ready for us to come back.
Yes. Well, we can take our headphones and just tell us in the chat box when we can put them back in.
Okay, that'll work.
Okay.
Everybody good?
They're all gone.
Okay, so Amanda, given your background and your prior life, you know that inside these eggs, and this is true of the chromatic dragons, but not of the metallic ones, the eggs start off just filled with all these tiny worms. And what the visions you've seen and received are of cultists and kobolds like interfering at the very early stage in the egg to pluck those little worms out to, birth these kobolds. And you think that the even like the original kobolds were probably some creature who found a dragon egg and ate it, or ate what was inside of it, and then started coughing up these kobolds. So that's what happened at the very, very early stage. As the egg matures, the worms basically eat each other until eventually there's only one, the strongest of all of them, is left, and that's what hatches as this evil chromatic dragon.
Huh.
So that's what you know. What you choose to share of that with the rest of your party is up to you. And you're getting that in like flashes. It's so much of your history and knowledge of your prior life is kind of cut off from you. But
Comes back
as
in
you are
full circle
accessing these
around.
things, it's like having a dream come back to you, because something triggers it in your mind.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
Oh, and the one you missed, if they get kind of in the middle of the cycle and there's 10 or 20 of those worms left, they can take them out, and if they put them on a creature, it'll burrow inside that creature's brain and slowly contort and take over the body to turn it into something else. That's how they made those drakes that you guys were fighting.
Okay. Awesome. These worms are bad all around.
Yeah, evil, nasty, awful things.
Awesome. This is great. Is everyone back yet? Her.
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody back?
I think they were looking at the fantasy grounds chat.
Carry it. Ben was asking us for item, remember?
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm making assumptions, by the way.
What I'll say about the chest is that you're perfectly free to try to open it. But the last person to inspect it thought, there's a decent chance whatever's inside might get destroyed if we open it wrong.
Right.
And I don't know what I rolled, so I can't tell you. I'm just not going to be the one to open it.
Okay. Everybody back?
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Okay. So, Araben, about these worm things. I just know deep down in my gut that these worms are very bad. I've seen their work in numerous different ways, and I can tell from these other eggs that there was only about 12 worms left, and when it gets down to 1, that's what causes the dragon to hatch. So I just think it'd be best if we got rid of these worms sooner rather than later, because if we wait too late, we'll have an entire dragon to fight.
If that's
Who
the
knows?
case, then these eggs, you said it takes the right circumstance, right environment for them to hatch, yes?
I recall someone saying that, yes.
And additionally, that could mean these cultists are looking for this very egg themselves, and so we could have leverage for them in the future.
I'm confused as to how we saw so many nests in the cave, yet they left these 3 behind. So perhaps they were in the right circumstances and they were waiting for them to hatch, but didn't want to be the first thing the dragon ate either.
And you want to take this into a city that by chance it could hatch?
The dungeons of Greenest seem quite formidable.
Didn't you literally walk out of them?
Which is why I know just how formidable
Oh, you're playing yourself up. I don't see us dealing with cultists, so I don't see it as a bargaining chip.
If not for a bargaining chip, if not for leverage, then to better understand what they're doing. To get this knowledge about these creatures in this egg, about the rituals they're performing among their own members, out to the local areas so they can help better protect themselves from anything these cultists bring their way.
So, do you want to take it to Greenest and break it in front of them and show them these worms? Is that what you're trying to say?
What happens
Because
if
we
they
already-
turn into one of those things?
Because these worms will turn you into kobolds or drakes, or they will burrow into your skin and devour you and make you become kobold or drake. nothing good. I promise it's not worth seeing.
Are you saying you intend to put these worms into us?
I have no intent to do that at all, but I'm curious as to why you want to bring that into a town.
Because I have seen your true natures. I know more about yourselves than you might intend to have let on. And I intend to find a cure for whatever disease these cultists have plagued this land with. No matter what your own wishes may be, I am seeking out a cause for the greater good. Not simply the survival of myself, but the survival and the good of the whole of the Sword Coast.
Well, I suppose
Does
there's
anyone
no
have a
sway
vial?
in you. I don't think so.
Nope.
Caden, do you have any alchemical vials? If he's back. He's not
No
back.
vials.
The wizard should have a vial, right? There he is.
Say what?
Do you have a vial? An empty vial?
Not exactly. We can use a water skin or something.
I'm thinking instead of taking the entire nest, that we keep 1 or 2 of these worms on us in a sealed container that we can control.
Just to show to people.
Yes, if we want to take them to an alchemist. Or
Well,
We
we
don't have
don't need
anything
to go that
keep
far.
them.
I have minor illusion. I can just create the illusion, or somebody can draw what they look like. Or are we saying that like having the worm itself is somehow going to get us something?
Yes, because if they are somehow magical, then you would need someone to investigate that physically.
The more specimens the clerics might have available to themselves, the more trials or test runs that could be performed.
Too
And the
many
more
and you have an
rapidly.
outbreak, possibly.
Too many and you have an outbreak, but the more that you have available, the more trials you can perform in a shorter period of time as well.
You guys continue to have these arguments back and forth as you continue your trip to Greenest.
We're taking the egg.
Aravan unwilling to give up the egg, and the rest of the party kind of worried that he's doing something very odd.
Who's carrying the chest?
Well, the chest only weighs like 20 pounds, so.
Oh. I guess Chesko will carry it then. He's strong enough.
So, do these things have to be alive? Like, can we not just kill them and then take the remains?
I don't know how alchemy works.
Well, there are about 30 burned husks in the 2 eggs that Octavia very violently took care of.
I said took care of it. Okay, guys.
Well, I think it's...
Oh yeah, is like the egg completely burnt, or is it like still able to take some of the shell intact?
No, you seem to have mostly turned the insides into steam and charred some things. The egg itself is still relatively intact.
Yeah, but I'll take the shell.
Yeah. Yeah, the only thing I've got is... Oh, do I have an empty oil flask, by chance?
You could certainly make an empty oil flask.
I will fill the lantern and hold up the empty flask and say, we can put a handful in here. Grab some sticks and use them like tongs. Put them in the flask.
And feel free to put as many of those husks of the dead ones that you've scorched in as you would like.
So, Aravan, why do you want to take these living worms into a city where they can escape and infect people?
Why are
I thought
you so
left the Dragon Cult.
Why are you so keen on cleaning up any such mark that these cultists might have had? We've been given insight into the very nature in which they change their own beings. And you are quick to scorch it, not to study it or the like.
I think I need
Not-
both of you to make insight checks.
Yeah, I think.
I was thinking.
Does Aravan appear to have worm borers in his skin?
I haven't been
Maybe I
around
am
long
a
enough to
worm.
get a judge on character yet.
I think I think he's worm
That's-
induced.
That is perfect.
Someone
the
rolled a 1 and
tequila-
someone rolled a 20, right?
Okay. Actually, you both rolled 19s. So, since you're both trying to get insight into what the other is thinking, and that's, I mean, neither of you is actually trying to lie. So, yeah, I think, Caden, if you will, in out of game terms, try to explain where you're coming from. And Aravan, if you will try to explain in out-of-game terms where you're coming from without necessarily giving any specifics away.
Ooh.
Alright, so the way I see it is like this is kind of like a disease of like worm things that get put in people's bodies. And the more kind of clerics or like scientists we could get these live specimens out to, the more they can study it to find out what's going on and to help counter it and to help ourselves better equip ourselves as far as what we might be up against in the future.
Okay, that's good. Caden.
It's we know these things have some level of mobility themselves, and they can infect people of varying degrees of danger. And there's quite a lot of them in the egg. And we're taking them to a city that's already been attacked and battered and so on.
Okay,
And if
so
something
let me-
happens,
Let me take you back a little bit. The only mobility that you've ever seen these worms have is a little bit of like dying, wriggling on the ground once the egg had been cut open.
based on the visions Octavia, as I understand it, relayed to us, they were burrowing into people through their eyes and whatnot.
Yes, but only after another cultist had brought and placed it on, basically like
There
on
was
the
a
face
procedure
of the
in
thing
between
that was being
egg and
burrowed into.
face. So we're missing a step here.
Basically, what she saw is someone had to actively retrieve one of these things, bring it over to the person to be infected, and like, basically, it's kind of like the earwig things from Star Trek. You actually had to like take it over there and put it on the person.
Gotcha.
Can we at least wrap that egg in something that can contain if the egg ruptures?
I'd be happy to, if it would make you feel more comfortable in our travels.
Yes. No, I don't want that thing blowing up in the sleep and killing somebody.
All right,
Would
Chesco, can I have your cloak?
Not my cloak.
You want it wrapped up, do you not?
Is Chesko even wearing a cloak? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know what his character looks like. It doesn't look like
You've got enough spare cloth amongst you to wrap it up.
I got a shovel. We can bury it every night.
I will wrap it up in a spare cloth.
Okay. So, how far to Greenest did we make it during this whole conversation?
Amazingly enough, you walked through the night and the next day, and you're at Greenest Gates.
Oh, what a riveting conversation.
It was amazing. But you're not fatigued at all either, so go you.
Go team.
That was an intense conversation.
Team, yay.
So, now that we're here, are we staying for the night and then continuing on?
I think we should send a warning to Baragost about the potential upcoming invasion by the dragon cultists.
I would suggest that we do it slightly encrypted in case they run across the cultists on the road. The messenger.
And as you're having this discussion, you walk through the gates of Greenest, and the first person you encounter is City Guard number 1.
Zigga.
And, folks call him 1. Just kind of the name he goes by.
So,
And he looks at you and goes, "Oh, you're back. Well, we weren't expecting you to. Well, did you send the pigeon?"
there were complications.
To the afterlife.
Unforeseeable complications. The cultists managed to destroy our means of communication.
Do you have news?
Do indeed.
Oh, never mind. We have to get you to the governor. Let's this way. And he leads you directly to the castle where Governor Nighthill is waiting. And he says, "You've returned so quickly. We never saw the pigeon. But I guess something. I guess it may have. Perhaps it was eaten on the way."
We were perhaps faster than the pigeon.
I was gonna say, what the hell is with this pigeon? Because I came in after this pigeon. What's?
So, Aramed asked him for like a carrier pigeon, thinking that could send news back to them, like during the 10 days that they'd be spending watching the cultist camp. Then Aramed kind of put the pigeon in his backpack and just kind of forgot about it in the day and a half of travel.
Oh my god!
And so when they pulled the pigeon out to send a message, that pigeon was crushed and smushed. He spent quite some time cleaning
Didn't
pigeon
make
dung.
I was gonna say it was really funny because they made this big deal about the pigeon, and so they get like they're on their way, and I'm like, okay, so who's got the pigeon? And everybody's like, huh, pigeon?
Oh my god!
And everybody's like, oh, I've got it in my backpack, and I was like, oh,
That's like forgetting you
Well.
have a halfling in a bag of holding or something.
pretty
Or a
much.
halfway head or something.
Aramed's not the best
Hey,
with
hey,
pets,
hey.
all right?
Shush you.
He's also got some fish that I'm sure are feeding themselves.
You don't have half your
So-
goat anymore.
As you relay what the events of the last 3 or 4 days to the governor, he says, "So you think that the entire group has left and they're traveling north? You think they're done with the raids in the area?"
Can we show him the map as we're talking to him?
Absolutely. And so you
Okay.
show him the map, and he goes, "Oh, well, I see. I mean, they had raided just about every village in the region, and well, of course, being the largest settlement in the area, when they attacked us, there wasn't a whole lot left, I guess. So perhaps it makes sense that they've moved on. But this egg that you bring it, you say it's a black dragon egg? Why not? Can you not just destroy it? You said you already destroyed 2. But it worries me greatly to have such a thing in my town.
I understand your concern in bringing this egg back to your own settlement. However, I do believe there could be a vast amount of benefits to be gained on inspecting what is within the egg itself. Where it's not merely like that of a chick hatching from an egg, but a series of worms that the cultists have used to change their very natures in their fights.
Listening to him describe it to another person, can I do an insight check on Aravind to see if he truly believes this was his reasoning for keeping the egg?
Absolutely.
No, did you not say that one worm would cause the dragon to come form?
No, it's the worms. They eat each other inside the egg until there's only one, and that one becomes the dragon.
Oh, okay, that makes sense with the
That's
whole Drake
actually
thing.
cool.
That is pretty cool. Survival of the fittest worms.
Yeah, so it's basically the biggest, baddest worm is the dragon.
Get in my belly.
You think that Aravan is telling the truth and that he really is concerned? As you traveled and had these conversations, you also got the impression that he's been a little more standoffish with the rest of you than he was on the trip to the cultist encampment. So you think something is a little odd there. But he is absolutely, you have no reason to doubt that he is honestly trying to figure out how something can be done, either to learn more about how this happens or even to repair or heal someone who's had this done to them.
Okay, then I would like to ask the Mr. Man of this place if he knows where the nearest cleric other than me is who might be able to help. Which city or whatever he would suggest.
Well, of course, we have priests, but we have no cleric of your abilities in town. Dusk is, well, it's a larger settlement. I'm sure they have at least a few clerics of more talent. The monastery of the Stone Fist in Burdusk, obviously they are predominantly monks. They may also have clerics, but I know for sure that Elturel would have many such clerics. It is a beacon in these lands, standing against the tides of undeath. They would certainly have much knowledge of, or many clerics who may have knowledge of such things.
That was what town?
Elturel. It's the town that Erlosen had requested you travel to and meet him there. And in fact, once he sent word back from Burdusk along with riders, a rider, and he's left horses for all of you. He wanted to speed your travels once you returned to Greenest, and so he sent horses on from Burdusk, and wanted me to ensure that they were given to you as soon as possible, so that once you had passed on word of the cultist activities, you could follow him. I will, of course, disseminate the information you've provided and let the area know that, at least for now, the immediate danger seems to have passed, but we will still be on our guard, obviously. But I do not wish to keep you here. You have done so much for Greenest, and I know that your task is not done, that you must get word. I mean, without the pigeon, I guess you'll have to. The fastest we can send word is with a rider. So.
Is there only the one pigeon in all of Greenest?
Well, we only have the one who raises the messenger pigeons, and we sent the rest of them out to the other towns. We have not received any messenger pigeons from Burdusk or Elturel. We had begun those talks, but had not yet had time. Anyway, please, I cannot express the gratitude of the people of Greenest enough, but you must make haste.
Before we leave, can we hurry and resupply?
I only have 1 day's worth of rations left.
The people of Greenest are more than happy to provide you with rations and whatever, basic supplies you need. They still don't have any longbows. But they will give you food if you need rope, any of your basic adventuring supplies. They are happy to provide now that they're getting some relief from other areas, and the the whole region is starting to kind of prepare themselves for something a bit more intense than bandit raids.
I would,
So,
I would happily take a rope. Seems mine was used on the cultist wall, and I never.
Oh, I still
Took it
have
again.
200 feet if you need it.
Wait,
So she has it.
Forgive me, but
Here, I will give
how
it
does
back.
the ammo work on the character sheet?
when you shoot, it'll automatically deduct it.
Okay, because
Yeah.
it still says ammo 40 under long.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you see those little check mark next to it?
Uh-huh. And so it doesn't
that'll-
deduct the total number.
No, it just says check mark to eventually run
Those
out.
check marks are the ones that's used.
Right, and then
Uh,
it doesn't update his inventory. Oh, God, it's really hard to tell what he actually has.
Unless you guys have some other plans, then we will take our very quick break here. And when we come back, you will have traveled the 75 miles to Burdusk.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
think. I mean, we just needed the basic supplies and then we were going, right?
They
Mhm.
didn't happen to get any more healing potions, did they?
No.
Okay.
No, they did not.
Supplies.
It's only been 3 days.
All right, so quick break.
All right.
Hmm.
Everybody back?
I never left.
Here.
Present.
All gone.
Just eat.
Okay, well, it sounded like everybody important.
Oh.
Okay. So, after you've been on the road for a while, get a little saddle sore. Oh, I guess Zen is here.
Hey.
So sweet.
And you arrive in Burdusk. Is there anything you'd like to do in Burdusk?
Ask about any news from Baragost.
I mean, see
They
if that guy was there, and then if not, we have to find the guy he told us to go to, because I'm not a main person.
That's at El Terrell.
El
not
Terrell.
Burdusk.
Yeah, but didn't he say we had to find someone in Burdusk first? Because he was planning on meeting us here?
No, he
No.
said that he was going to El Terrell, and if he wasn't at El Terrell, that we had to meet the
Oh,
Paladin,
okay.
I believe
Yep.
you said, in El Terrell.
Okay. But he was heading to Burdusk to go to El Terrell.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah, passing through.
My bad. Okay.
I mean,
Okay, unmuted.
So,
I have
nobody's got
nothing to do in
anything
this
they
camp.
want to do in Burdusk?
Was there that cleric they were talking about here? Or the monks or whatever that we could talk to?
This is the home of the monastery where Numa was raised. And
Oh.
Yeah.
Numa is aware of a couple of temples where you might be able to find an actual honest-to-goodness cleric.
Thanks. Real nice.
I know this place well.
Do we come across a store by the name of Roundhammer Goods?
That's a really specific name.
That's the name I was given.
Oh, well, that's why it's a really specific name. Because I'm good with names.
Uh-huh.
Yes, you absolutely can find Roundhammer Goods.
Okay, this is where Brulum's friend in Burdusk was, the craftsman. That he told me to check with for a longbow.
Where Frulum's friend was?
Not
I mean,
Brulum.
Leosin's?
Leosin's friend. Yes. Big difference between
Yes.
those two.
Yes, very big difference.
We're both great with names.
So, yes, there is a Roundhammer Goods. In fact, it's in the heart of downtown, right in the market district.
Perfect.
And if you would like to visit Roundhammer Goods, you absolutely can.
Numa will show you the way.
We'll absolutely visit Roundhammer
Yes.
Goods.
I'm going to sword box for a latte.
Sword box.
All right, so you walk in to the shop, and you actually recognize a fellow working inside the shop as the cart driver who you had your conversation with. And he says, Aravan? Was that it? Aravan from Greenest?
That's the one.
Welcome. I'm so glad. Ever since I had that talk with you about longbows, I have been looking, and I think I found just the thing for you.
Make me feel happy.
Was that a joke? You seem
That's
extremely
not a-
serious. What's this with the happy?
Is that not a phrase humans speak? Sorry, I've been hearing a number of odd phrases from one of my traveling companions. Something about babies and heads. I'm still learning. Apologies.
So this, I talked to my friend, and he has provided me 2 excuse me. Sorry. 2 very fine longbows. If you'd like to take a look. This one,
Absolutely.
as you can see, it has a 100-pound draw. I can't draw the thing, but you look like a big stout man. And you can see it's very, very carefully done. It's got string. And there are spares. I've got spares. Don't you worry about that one a little bit. And it's nicely carved. You can see the intricate details. It's got a forest relief. I mean, here you can see the branches, and there the tree. And here, just where you would grip, he's wrapped it in very nice deer leather. And there's also a slight little set of antlers there, just carved. You see it? It's beautiful, absolutely beautiful. I thought you would just love it. But if that's not really to your liking, if you're more of a stock, sturdy sort of guy, and less on the decorative, I also have this one. It's been made out of elm. It has what I was assured was a 90-pound draw, so not quite the toughness of this other one made out of yew wood. But this one, you can see here, it's been reinforced with iron on the ends. I've been told it's somehow. I'm not a craftsman. I don't really know how they do this, but it's been reinforced somehow. But you can see it's very plain, shellacked. It's been and stained a nice black color. It would certainly blend in a dark evening. Not that you would necessarily be doing anything on dark evenings, but just in case you need to be quiet and unseen in the dark evenings.
I'd like to roll a quick insight check on this guy to see if he's giving me the old salesman pitch, trying to sell me crap, or what.
Go right ahead.
Right.
I'll let you go ahead and make this one because it doesn't really matter. I'll go ahead and let you make this one in the open.
Okay.
Yeah, do it in the open.
Well, honestly, that's only slightly worse than your original roll. So you, as far as you can tell, this guy is nothing but honest. He has done his best to procure the finest weapons for you.
I can absolutely respect a man who takes the appreciation in his intricate craftsmanship. How much are you asking for that finely crafted forest relief with the branches and trees and the deer leather and the antlers? The 100-pound draw.
For that fine bow, I'm only asking 65 gold pieces.
And for the other?
That one will only be 60 gold pieces.
No. I will hand him over 65 gold for the fancy one.
Ooh.
Wow.
Someone didn't check the book for their prices.
Baller. You're out 15 gold pieces.
I understand that, but that's just a standard longbow, not one that's been fancily carved with forest branches and trees, wrapped in deer leather, and it's got nice antlers on the side.
And as you start reaching for your pouch, he looks at you and he goes, so you're not interested?
I'm indeed interested.
Well, then what's your counter offer?
I mean, if you feel like I'm cheapening our craft by making one such counter offer, I could offer you 50 gold pieces.
50? Oh, 50. Oh, that hurts. Are you trying to steal the food from my children's mouths? I have eight children at home.
8 children.
I mean, just I mean, certainly I couldn't go any less than 60 gold pieces. I mean, and that's really that's cutting me on throat there.
Could I try 55 with a persuasion check?
Absolutely.
All right. How about 55?
How about no?
55. I mean, it's like I mean, I'm already. I basically I'm going to have to sell a child to give you this for 60.
That might be better.
I mean,
I
I'm gonna have to
apologize.
make him go to work, and I mean, the only work we've got around here is in the mines. But
I wish you to sell your children into the mines.
That's not a
So-
valid thing to say.
That's
I mean,
absolutely a valid thing to say.
55. Okay, 57. I mean, that's. I mean, I can basically give you the store if you want that too, but 57 I think is more than fair.
My friend, I have no need for your fine establishment here. For we are only moving through town. But I will happily pay the 60 gold pieces if it would prevent one of your children from being sold to the mines.
Okay, well then in that case, thank you for taking pity on me and my horrid life. I mean, my wife died yesterday, but 60 gold pieces, at least I can give her a proper burial with what little. I mean, I'm making like 5 silver on this transaction, but okay.
What brought about your wife's demise?
She was giving birth to my 9th child.
Oh my
Smite
goodness.
him. Smite him.
You have my
Jesus
deepest
Christ.
sympathies. Being a single father of 9 children can be no easy feat.
It is not. I promise you that.
I will hand him over these 60 gold pieces with an additional 5 silver pieces.
That is most kind of you, good sir. I look forward to having you come back. In fact, is there anything else I can sell you?
If you have any potions of healing, my compatriots and I tend to find ourselves in the deep.
No, I find that potions, well, they're both hard to come by, and they are they tend to sit on my shelves for a very long time. And with so many kids running around, occasionally they break one, and then I'm just out so much. No, I don't deal in potions. But if you'd like a nice warhammer, perhaps a sickle, I also have nets. I mean, you look like a handy sort of guy. I mean, you
Have
could.
any interest in purchasing fine weaponry?
Well, I mean, certainly I could be talked into it. What do you have to offer?
I have this, and I will pull out the large greatsword that I took off of the blue dragonborn, Landragosa Cyan Rat. And just plop that down on the counter in front of me.
Let me take a look at that. He picks it up, and you can see he's definitely handled weapons before. He kind of takes it and grips it. Balance isn't bad.
It was worn by a fine champion, who I fought not once but twice upon the battlefield. The gods deemed him worthy of a second chance, which he threw away.
Oh, so for this great champion, you beat him twice then. So maybe not so great a champion then.
If you'd prefer the blade I slew him with twice, I will place the other great sword onto the counter and take back the Dragonborn's great sword. This was the blade that slew him twice.
Oh, I can definitely tell. Yeah, there's the nicks, and I mean it's a fine weapon. Don't get me wrong, but well, let's see. I could probably see my way to 15 gold pieces.
15. Friend, you speak about starving children and the like. We have
Exactly,
many
yeah, so
miles more to go on this journey before we find its end.
But clearly, I mean, you've got 2 swords. I mean, and they're great swords. You can't even use them both at the same time.
They are great indeed.
And this
I
one's
have
been
seen-
damaged. I mean, you can see the chips here. I mean, it's previously owned. It's so much harder to sell those. I mean, I can tell you yourself are a fine champion and champion of the people. I can see that. But I mean, it's not exactly well known in Burdusk.
This
So-
is most certainly a warrior's weapon.
Indeed,
was-
and
That was Christian, not Christian. That was wielded by the very savior of the town of Greenest.
I promise you, I will make that known. But I mean, I can really only offer you, 20 gold.
I'll accept no less than 35.
Oh, I mean, just,
This
that's.
blade has been used to open the doors to the afterlife on multiple occasions. It has served me well. I will
And
not.
if I pay you 35 gold for it, I might as well open my own door to the afterlife when I get home to the wife. I mean, just.
Have
The
another
kids.
wife.
No,
Dude,
the kids. She just died yesterday. It's hard to. It's just like she's back at home. It's. You said 25 gold. I think I could probably do 25 gold.
I will accept your 25 gold for this, for the sake of your children.
And they greatly appreciate it.
Does Numa know this guy?
Numa's not there, as far as I know.
Oh, okay. I thought we were all witnessing
Luckily,
this
we're outside.
transaction.
If everybody's there watching this, feel free to jump in. But since he was the only one,
Well, no, I was enjoying it, but I was thinking maybe Numa was amusingly watching him struggle with this pathological liar. But anyway,
Numa, this dear man is a single father of 9 children. His wife only died last night.
So let me get out. So we're good. Thank you very much for shopping at Roundhammer Goods. If you ever need anything else, you just let me know and I'll get right on it for you.
Absolutely, Fred. Best of luck and well wishes to you and your 9 children.
I do greatly appreciate that as he quickly ushers you out the door. I believe that's a minus 60 plus 25.
Do you have arrows?
I do.
Okay.
As Aravan is walking off and thinks, do I have arrows? He looks and there's a closed sign on the door.
How unfortunate. I'm sure his children are in dire need of him.
perhaps he'll do better in El Terrell.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do?
I thought we were going to try and go to the monastery.
Yeah, I think I would. I think Numa would go to his home monastery to just check in.
If Ervin wants to go there, he is the one with the egg.
I'm following your lead. This is your hometown, Numa.
I will have to ask you to keep the egg outside of the monastery.
Well, I will wait outside of the doors here.
So, Numa, as you head back to the monastery, and the rest of the group, if you're not going with Numa, you notice that there's a very large temple, like right across the street from the monastery. And just as soon as I can find the page of the gods, I will tell you whose temple it is.
Like the Presbyterians on one side and the Catholics on the other.
Not really. I mean,
There's street sign wars.
There is a large temple of who do I want this to be?
Someone who worships black dragons, I hope.
There is a giant, like humongous temple of Lathander.
Lord of
just
Dawn.
across the way. Lathander is the god of birth and renewal. And
He sounds like he might know a thing or two.
And as Numa was kind of quickly showing you around town and giving you guys all the details I can't be bothered to make up right now, He also points out that there is a small chapel to the to Kelimvor, god of the dead, who is the lawful neutral god of death.
So, the god of life, the god of death. Who should we go speak to? Anyone?
Numa, whichever temple you lead us to, I promise I will remain outside for the duration.
So I need to lead them to the. Yeah, I mean, I'm.
No, Numa's already gone back into the monastery. You guys, he pointed out that there were these two temples.
Okay. So I'm just waiting outside of that monastery.
So, Numa, is there anything you want to do inside? Anything specific?
Is there anyone there that was this like the second master, the one below Leosin?
Yeah, there's like the head of your order here in Burdusk. Leosin was just your mentor. He wasn't like in charge of the temple or of the monastery.
So I'm going to ask. Yeah, I would like to go ask the head of the monastery and show them the sword that Leosin gave me to see what insight he may be able to provide me about that.
And as you go up to your order's leader, whose name is going to be...
Do you have a random name? Do you have a random name generator?
I really should.
Bob
That would be very handy right about now.
You just get one on Google real quick.
Yeah, I think there's like a Star Wars character name generator.
Fantasy name generator.
Not a name generator.
Yeah,
It just took him a few moments to flip through his pages of notes to find this guy's actual name.
I use that one a lot.
Vasan is your order's leader. And
Look, Vasan, I'm level 4.
Notice me,
my son, what do you mean level 4?
Oh, never mind. Just look at this soapstone amulet.
Okay, that's a fine amulet. It seems to be of that. Why do you have an amulet of Tiamat?
We found this in the cave of the dragon cult. It was more of a dragon birth nursery. Is this?
You're saying
an amulet of Tiamat?
That the cultist that Leosin has been so obsessed with recently. They had dragon eggs and were trying to hatch them.
Yes, then they would have been successful with 3 eggs, and we have actually saved one of the eggs. I did not agree with this decision, Master.
That is indeed most disturbing. Have you been able to identify it? Do you know what sort of egg it is?
It appears to be the egg of a black dragon.
And yet you have not smashed it.
It was my intention to smash it, but some of our party would like to study it.
I can see wisdom in that choice, but I believe that given the opportunity, I would have destroyed the thing and learned what could be learned from its remains.
Is it possible an egg can change a man's behavior?
I have never seen such, and I'm not aware of, never heard tell of any sort of behavior like that, but at least not from an egg or a dragon egg specifically. Certainly when any man comes into possession of something that is of great value or power, his behavior can change. It is the danger that comes with power or with wealth. People behave differently. I'm sure you've observed this yourself.
I take my sword out and say, Leosin, my mentor Leosin gave me this sword and says it is perhaps from my family. Can you tell me about this?
I see he finally decided that it was time to reveal what little we know of your past. This sword was indeed left with you as you were delivered to us as a babe, certainly you know that part of your history. We did do some research and see what we could learn about this blade, for it is striking. It is very well crafted, and while it did not appear to have any magical qualities that stood out or that we could identify from our investigations, there is the essence, or perhaps the best term is potential. Something special resides either in that blade or in its connection to you. We do not know. I am sure Leosin passed on what he thought it was best for you to know. But I do hope that you are able to discover more, to see what this blade means for you, why it was left with you when you were brought here.
Did you see Leosin before he departed to El Terrell?
No, he did not come by to speak to me in person. Your other companions, the other monks who left with you, have returned, and they have stayed here. They informed me that Leosin was continuing on to consult with Omthar Froom, and from there, I do not know what his plans will be.
Do you have any messages for me to give to Leosin? For I am on my way to El Terrell to meet with him.
I am sure he knows that, given what you have found, the true danger that this cult presents, any group foolish enough to try to birth and raise evil dragons is a threat that must be dealt with immediately. It concerns me greatly that they had access to such eggs, and even more that they believe they have some capability to control what would be born of them.
Well, Master, if you can do whatever you can to send messages to Baragost, warning them of the dragon cultists on their way, would be in their best interest.
We will attempt to send word as quickly as we can.
I give him the sign of the stone fist and depart from his presence.
All right.
Okay.
So, I assume you're going to head back outside, meet up with the group, and by this point, I'm sure they've decided which of the two temples, or the temple or the shrine, they would like to visit first.
Arabelle?
Yes.
We'll go to the living one, I suppose. That one seems reasonable. We want to live, you know? They might find a way to help us live. These worms get out.
I also tell I'll go ahead and tell the group about the amulets being amulets of Tiamat.
Additionally, while we're in town, we might wish to find someone who can help open that chest that Chesko has been carrying around all this time.
Yeah, would Numa know of any like locksmith or?
Being the somewhat sheltered
Yeah, right.
individual, and being that like locksmith isn't really a profession at this point.
Okay.
You know, you have the smith who may be crafting the locks and the keys, but there's not really someone. There's no one on the up and up who is,
Yeah,
you know,
right.
known to be like, oh,
yeah.
I can get in that lock for you, no problem.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that I would know any guilds of thieves.
So, as the group heads across the street to the Temple of Lathander, you're greeted at the door by an acolyte who says, "Welcome to the light of Leander. Would you care to make an offering, or are you here to see someone?"
I believe we're seeking sort of guidance, in a way, I suppose you could say.
Lathander's guidance is available to all. You have but to ask. I will provide what knowledge I can, or direct you to someone if I am unable to help.
We are seeking information regarding a certain unknown disease, per se. And we were hoping someone may be able to help us with this here. Or if you know anyone who may be able to assist us elsewhere.
If it is diseases that which of you is afflicted, I do not mean to be rude, but you all seem to be in relatively good health.
Caravan's going to step forward and say, "It's not a disease that results in death, but a change in one's very nature. We were torn between your own temple and that Kalimpor across the way, as far as who to speak to about such things."
Give me just a second.
Yeah. It's AIDS. We've got AIDS. Sorry.
So if you know of anyone, you may be able to point us in the right direction. Perhaps.
Well, these worms seem more of death than life.
Sorry, I have a barking dog and a chirping smoke detector. Give me like 10 minutes. I'll be back.
You got it. Numa, pray tell us, who do you trust within this town to go to with this sort of information?
Well, I've already visited my master, and that's the only person I know to trust in this town. And he was very disturbed that we brought a dragon egg with us.
Black dragon egg.
Black dragon egg.
Other dragons aren't so bad. I mean, not every dragon you meet is bad.
I'm curious. Aravan, have you seen someone affected by worms like this in your past?
Yes, we fought a handful of them within the mouth of the cave.
There have been several.
If I recall, Octavia said that the kobolds themselves were vomited out from a number of cultists. And then those drakes are what became of the cultists who kept the worms swallowed down.
Well, I was asking if you had seen it prior to this adventure. If it seems this is
Prior.
a very personal mission for you to determine what these worms are doing.
Prior to my encounter with the cultists, no.
And I would like to say I'm not sure that it's that the cultists kept them swallowed. I think it's different stages of the egg. Like the beginning stages, you know, they would make the kobolds, and like later stages, they would make the drake. So depending on how evolved it is, yeah, depends on what the outcome of the creature is. And then eventually there's
This
a
makes
dragon.
Ryan think that's even more cool.
Damn it, Ryan, you're not our friends, okay?
This to me doesn't seem like a religious matter. Doesn't seem
Just
Not
like,
really, no.
like a
But
ritual.
there might be a cleric here that could have better
It's only in the
insight.
spur of the moment that I thought clerics might be more in the know-how in regards to diseases and such as they spread. Just go, if you have an idea, I'm more than willing to hear it. As far as where to take this egg.
This seems more of something transmutational, which doesn't sound very cleric-y to me. More along the lines of something a warlock would do.
So should we have gone to the death god?
Possibly. I mean...
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back! Yay!
That
House
wasn't 10
is burning
minutes.
down?
No, it's one of those stupid chirping things as the battery was getting low.
Ah.
Modern Family.
Okay. So, I have a question.
Yes.
Do you guys want to role play this, or do you want me to speed through it?
I guess speed through it. Well, that's because like we were just kind of talking here, and it sounds like we're all kind of confused as far as what to do with the egg too, as players.
Okay. So, the helper at the temple directs you to a cleric named Tunt. And Cleric Tunt looks at you, looks at the egg, kind of gives you the what in the hell are you doing with this sort of look, and tells you that in his time he has seen what has happened to creatures who have eaten dragon eggs. It's few and far between because dragons tend not to let their eggs get eaten. But basically these worms inside will, if they're not eating each other in the egg to eventually hatch as the dragon, will infest whatever creature they ingest them, more or less. If it's a very young, a very small, early stage worm, it can't truly take over, but it can kind of grow into a dragon-like thing, which is how these kobolds get birthed, if you will. If it is a more advanced worm, it can morph the body of a creature that ingests it, and slowly turns it into something more like the drakes you fought. And finally, by the time you you get beyond that, you're basically dealing with the last few, the strongest few. And if something doesn't destroy the egg, they will eventually, cannibalize each other until only the one remains, which will then mature into a young dragon, a dragonling, for lack of a better term.
That's why they were kept in pens. They wanted them to
Right.
duke it out with each other until they evolved.
Within the egg.
Yeah, that's within the egg.
Right, all that's
The
all that
drakes.
happens inside the egg. The drakes, while you don't know what the cultists had planned for the drakes, you know that they were using them as,
Oh, I
as
thought you said that the drakes would
guards and
eventually evolve into young dragons.
no, not the drakes. The last few worms
Right.
inside the eggs.
Okay.
So Numa's going to ask this cleric if someone has ingested one, is there any way to kill the worm inside the host without killing the host that he knows of?
And he says that he's never had an opportunity to examine or knows of anyone who's ever examined someone that's been infected or infested by a worm like that.
I mean, hypothetically speaking, could you feed them another worm and hopefully the worms kill each other before they
Oh.
infect the host?
Well, you kill one of them and the other one becomes stronger, so instead of a kobold, you might be turning into a dragon.
Well, yeah, but you know. Just keep feeding them
Basically-
worms.
That's a good
so eventually
idea.
they're
I
dragons.
did. I like that. We'll just keep feeding them. Yeah, feeding them a worm.
Feed them worms.
Basically, all you know is that
Keep them alive longer.
He just doesn't know. He kind of, he can tell you a little bit about like the gestation of the dragons themselves, because that's the kind of lore that can get passed down as it's discovered, because it's about dragons. He has no clue what would happen if you fed another one of these worms to something that is already infested by one.
And he doesn't
Nor
know
does
how
he
to
know
stop
any
it.
way to. I mean, short of magic, he doesn't know what might work, and he doesn't know if anyone has ever faced that situation.
Could I roll an insight check on this guy, kind of while he's explaining all of this, to see if he's more or less to determine like if he's a kind of actual holy man or just kind of like a follower Lathander just because it's a thing that's here. Essentially,
As you can tell, he is a true cleric of Lathander.
all right. So Aravan's going to ask this guy, if we were to leave such an egg within your care, do you believe that further study of the creatures within could be of any such benefit to you? Or should we take the egg outside of town and simply destroy it and the worms contained within?
I do not know of anyone that would be. It would take some sort of wizard, someone much more knowledgeable of the arcane, to make a study of such a creature. I would not wish to attempt it. I would see all such eggs destroyed. But if there were anyone, then, well, perhaps a member, if you could find a wizard of the Order of the Gauntlet, perhaps I would trust them to do such a thing.
Are there any such wizards that you know of here within Verdusk or the nearby town of El Turan?
I know that Elturel has a faction of the Order of the Gauntlet that resides there. They have a place of prominence in the town. I do not, however, know any of them personally, and it is unusual, or I understand that it is unusual for a wizard to join such an order. It is much more common for clerics and paladins and knights and the like to join the Order of the Gauntlet, but it is certainly possible that a wizard would see benefit to aligning with them.
Has New ever heard of this gauntlet?
Yeah, I was about to ask, have I ever heard of it?
You've all heard of it. It's not, you don't really know a whole lot about it, but it is a relatively new order that is dedicated to basically taking the fight for light and righteousness out into the world and standing up against the forces of evil in a very sword to your face kind of way.
Aravan, I tell you, I would destroy this egg.
We'll take it. The egg. I will take the egg to El Terrell.
I knew you were going to say that, Aravan.
Seek out the guidance of this order.
I hope they don't feed you a worm.
I hope this doesn't hatch on the way there.
I would encourage you, if that is your wish, to make all haste to El Terrell. I do not believe that if the egg has not already hatched, it will do so on your travels, but to carry such a thing, if it fell into the wrong hands, would be horrendous.
We can at least agree on that much.
I would like to point out that may have already happened with other eggs. We can't be for sure, but the risk is out there, which is why we're trying to defeat the risk.
If that is the case, then may Lathander protect us all, or surely we will need it.
Amen.
Does your holy order have any means of communicating with those of a similar order within the town of Baragost?
We send messengers. It is possible. I will have to ask the head of the temple. We may have a stone of sending.
I might beseech you to make use of such an item. For the place where we acquired this very egg, we believe hundreds of cultists that made use of it to be on their very way to Baragost. Presently, we cannot say what their intentions are when they arrive. They are simply making their way through, or if they intend to do more damage.
I will do everything within my power to get a message to them as soon as possible. And he immediately heads out. And the rest of you get together, look around, and decide that it's probably time to either go find someone to unlock this chest for you or get on the road to El Terrell.
Might as well just keep carrying it to El Terrell. It seems like all of our other stops are there.
Hey.
Let's continue. And Jessica, if that chest gets too heavy, feel free to hand it off at any time.
Not carrying
all right.
on the horse.
That's true. We do have horses now, huh?
You all mount up And in what seems like just a flash, you realize that you're arriving on the outskirts of El Terrell. And what you see in front of you is a relatively large city, larger than Burdusk and much larger than Greenest, that overlooks the river Gianthar. You see the traffic going in and out of town is, pretty regular and seems to be filled with merchants. By far the most noticeable thing, and you've seen it for quite some time, is that in the distance, as you were coming into this region, it seemed like there was a star that seemed to be sitting just at the horizon. And the closer and closer you get, the more you can recognize that hovering above the city of El Terrell is this brilliant orb of white light. And it shines across the entire landscape. And at night, it almost lights up the entire city. It's like having an extremely bright full moon hanging above town. And those of you who have grown up in this region know that this light was placed there to shine over the area and drive off any undead who ever step within its light. It is painful to them, and it has kept El Terrell safe from even the hint of undead activity for years now. As you make your way into the town, the guards let you through without any hassle, and as you begin to ask around, you find that no one recognizes the name Leosin Erlenthor or has any idea how you might track him down. However, as soon as you mention the name Omthar Froom, everyone says, "Oh, well, yeah, you just need to go to the Order of the Gauntlet headquarters over there." And they point you towards a tavern called A Pair of Black Antlers.
Great tavern name. Well, shall we head in?
I
Yes,
suppose so.
let's.
No roast beef.
And
I take
as
the
you're
chest off the horse.
Right.
We'll leave it there.
as you walk into the Black Antlers, tie up your horses outside. No sooner do you walk through the door than you see a fairly large man in he's not in really fancy clothes by any stretch, but you can tell that he seems to have some sort of insignia upon his clothing. And he is both boisterous and rowdy and seems to be having just a grand old time. And he looks like that, only without the armor.
He's naked.
Well, he's wearing clothing. It's just
Yes, he's naked.
I'd be having a grand
He's
old
having a
time.
grand old time.
and he seems to be kind of the life of the tavern. But sitting next to him, and in a much more subdued manner, all of you see Leosin.
Ah, Leosin, our old friend. Suppose we'll make our way over to him. We know him.
Leosin would be Numa's former mentor.
Mm-hmm.
I sent you on the mission, all those sorts of good things.
Fancy seeing you here.
Ah, you've returned, and so quickly. I had not thought to hear. Well, I'd certainly not thought to see you, but even to hear from you for days yet.
Yes,
What happened?
unfortunately, we don't bring much great news.
What news do you bring? Actually, hold. First, I think it is important that I introduce you. Onthar. These are the adventurers that I had been discussing with you. And Onthar looks over at you and says, hi, welcome. Leosin does tell me very good things about you. I can't wait to see you prove it. How are you? Welcome. When did you arrive? Do you need a drink?
Well,
need
how
some
about
answers.
we sit first, and we go over those one at a time, momentarily.
Do you bring news from the south?
Yes,
indeed.
very much news.
Excellent. In that case, and he looks at the bartender and says, I need 8 drinks over here. And he like in a much quieter voice looks over and says, we don't discuss it here. Come with me. And he and
I'm just gonna
Leosin
nod.
both wait for their drink to arrive and then make their way into a back room of the tavern, past a couple of people who, while they're having a good time and seem to be having a mug of ale, are almost certainly on guard outside this door. And he leads you guys through the door into a much quieter room, thick hangings on the walls, and as you all step through and take a seat at a kind of a round conference table in this room, and the door is closed behind you, the noise from the tavern drops off substantially. You can tell they've made efforts to make this room much quieter.
Down pretty close.
You can still hear the noise, but it's just you can't really make out any specifics. And as the 5 of you walk in, and as you each take your seats, you look and there's a 6th person that walks in through the door behind you that none of you recognize. And Leosin, before he takes his seat, turns and looks and says, yes. Perhaps I should introduce the group of you to Xavier. Xavier is a relatively new acquaintance of mine, but his interests and his experiences align with what we are to discuss. And given what I was able to observe of your group prior to now, I believe you will find his skills most useful.
Can I insight check him?
Feel free to insight check Leosin, absolutely. As far as you can tell, I mean, what exactly is it you want to know?
I mean, like, this guy that he's bringing into the room, does he look like a shady individual? Like, does he look like someone who just became his friend for information, or like he actually is intent on helping? Just from the looks of him.
I mean, if I had to describe what he looked like, I would say, Lucas, what does he look like?
He looks
shady
like
individual.
I would say a standard archer, light leather armor. He's not wearing anything that makes him look conspicuous in any kind of way. Hair back in a ponytail, exposed arms, nothing threatening.
Okay.
Bronze skin.
Oh, that's
Well-
threatening.
Bronze
Oh,
skin.
God, kill him.
Bronze skin threatening.
Push him off a cliff.
Glistening a little bit.
So yes, if everyone can take a seat. So what is the news from the south?
So I guess Numa will give him a rundown and then say our cleric here had great insight into the activities of the dragon cultists and their activities in the caves. And I will then, of course, yield the floor to Octavia for her visions. Is the new guy a human? I didn't hear.
He's a wood elf.
A wood elf. Oh, excellent.
So now we have
Ooh.
a sort of elf, a half elf, and a wood elf.
Wait, what's a sort of elf?
It's an Aravan.
Ah.
Gosh, that's just racist.
So, as Octavia relates the vision she had, and you guys relate your experiences inside the cave, Leosin is looking more and more concerned, and Onthar is, well, he just looks grumpy. And as you finish your story, they look at each other, and Onthar says, perhaps you will win that bet after all, Leosin. I had thought for sure they were simply causing trouble and trying to scare the people to the south, finding a weak corner where we had not yet established a presence. But it would seem that you may be right, and that they are up to something much more devious and dangerous than what I believed. However, I think that, well, there's much that Leosin and I need to discuss. Much information that has come to us that I am not sure we are prepared to share with the rest of you just yet.
Numa says we must make our way to Baragost. Baragost is in danger from the dragon cultists.
And Leosin pipes up and says, actually, Numa, I think that based on what you've told us, based on the notes that you found, the map, and the need to transport all the treasure and goods that have been collected to this place. What was the name that you said to Nertar? Well, I am fairly familiar with all of the region here to the south and towards Candlekeep and on down to the mountains between us and Am. I'm aware of no such place here.
Is it an ancient name?
It could be. But I have to believe that where they're going, I have other reasons to believe that they are probably traveling north. The activities of the cults have been much more concentrated to the north. That is why I came south to Greenest to investigate. It was a new branching of the activities. If they are on their way to the north where I believe their compatriots to be, they may be traveling even as far as Waterdeep, possibly beyond. So, if they are moving as much material as you had suggested, I believe they will try to do so secretly. It would be very difficult even for a force of 100 to simply march their way across these lands and not run into lords, manors, guards, and certainly Baldur's Gate would be near impossible for them to approach with a force under arms. I think they are likely to move secretly. But there are things that we must discuss. It is getting somewhat late. Perhaps now would be a time to take a rest. And for the six of you to, talk amongst yourselves. Perhaps go have a drink. And as he's saying that, all of a sudden a knock on the door to the room. Rather insistent knock. And Onthar looks at Leosin and looks at the door and gets up and goes and opens it. And outside you see a kind of a ragged-looking individual wearing it's kind of a dark. It's not exactly clear what color it is. It's like somewhere between like a purple and maybe a black. There may have been parts that were blue at one time, but it's definitely seen better days. Looks like it's got some singes here and there, a couple of scorch marks, and lots of ink stains. And this guy looks, "Oh, Onthar! Oh, thank goodness! I was hoping to find you. You have to help me. You absolutely have to help me." "What is it? What do you need this time?" "No, you don't understand. When I got back to my room, well, my bag, it was gone." "What bag?" My bag, the one with all those things I've been making for you." At this point, Onthar kind of perks up and says, "Over, what have you done?" "No, you don't understand. I didn't do it. I was working on the things you've been asking me to work on, and then when I got back, my bag was just gone. And I think someone stole it. I did a scrying spell, and I know it's still in town, but we've got to get it back. I mean, everything is in there." "Over, I thought I told you to make those deliveries." "Well, I was just going to make them all at once. I had this. It holds so much stuff. But just, please, can you help?" And Onthar looks at him and says, "You and I are not done talking about this." And he looks at Leos and says, "Well, you've told me that this group of adventurers is quite capable. Looks like they're going to have a chance to prove it." He looks at the five of you and Xavier and says, "Go with Over. Find out where whoever has taken his possessions has gone and retrieve them for me. We need them back unharmed, but we need them back quickly. If you can do this, you will have earned my trust."
I give a curt bow and say, "As you wish, my lord."
Son of the Stone Fist.
What about the rest of you?
Araman's gonna place this large dragon's egg up on the table.
Chesko is currently sitting on the chest.
By the way.
And tell
By the way,
Leosin
that was a big ball of worms.
Do this for him to keep an eye on this egg.
Yes, we will take care of this. I see the wisdom in what you have done, and we will discuss amongst the other things what needs to be done with this. But please, you must hurry. If what has happened, if what Over says has happened, this is more important right now. And Over looks at the rest of you and goes, "Oh, thank you so much. Please hurry." And he takes off.
Savior.
And we follow. We follow.
Sure.
And he leads you about halfway across town, and you're getting into slightly like the outskirts of town, and there are some larger houses around here, but where he leads you is actually like to like a shed, and it's not really close to any of the other houses. And he goes, "Look, I know this seems crazy, but I've done the scrying, and the place where my bag is, it's in here. Like, okay, not, it's more like under here. And I just, please, if all the stuff goes missing, I am in so much trouble.
Can I
Please
roll
help."
an insight check on this guy to see if he's trying to like set us up for something?
Sure. And you can also ask questions if you want. He's running you across town. It's going to take you about 20 minutes to get there.
Is
as-
Froome your master?
I mean, yeah, I work for the Order, and I mean, I've been making a lot of stuff for him, and he's been really good to me. Like, I've gotten to work on so many cool projects and stuff. Like, I never thought I'd get to make all these things, and it's just so cool. But
Wait,
well,
slow down. The order of what?
the Order of the Gauntlet, of course. But so anyway, like, see, I've been making all these items for him because, well, I mean, he thought they'd be useful, and he keeps saying that there's something big going on, and he gave me like this entire list of things to work on, and so I've been working on them for months. And if you want to be making,
You say you make these items. Are you a crafter, a tinkerer, or a smith? What's
sorry, I'm a wizard. I'm Over. It's nice to meet you. And well, see, I've been making like, well, I guess enhanced items. That's what they are. They're enhanced. So I've been making these enhanced items, and well, see, the first one I made, because I mean, it's kind of the first thing you learn to make when you start tinkering with this stuff, is, well, I made a bag, and the bag has so much room on the inside, and and so it's the perfect place to put things. And like when you reach in, you just think of what you want, and then when you put it in there, you can reach in, you take it back out, and you don't have to go searching for anything. Like, you have no idea how I lost so many quills
Xavier
in my old bag.
Give him a quick, like, scowl and say, "You need to be quiet. You were told not to tell anybody."
I haven't told anything yet. But okay. So, yeah. And it went missing. And since it was such a convenient place to store things, there's a lot of the things I've been making that I put in there. And see, so I'm really pleased. I'm in so much trouble.
And should these items have fallen in the wrong hands on those who stole this bag from you, what such items can we expect to be in the hands of any enemies going forward?
Well, I mean, I don't think anyone knows what I've been working on, really. So, I mean, they'd have to like know what to want to get out of the bag, to get it out of the bag. And hopefully he just, like, whoever took it just thought, well, it's like money and things. I mean, I can't. Xavier's right. I can't really say what might be in there. Just if someone took it and they started selling all this stuff, like, I mean, it's valuable, but it's not dangerous or anything. Please, can you help? I mean, he asked you. He actually kind of told you to help, and so really, this way. And as this is the conversation you've had as he's leading you across town, and Aravan, you get the sense that this guy is really keyed up, like something is bothering him a lot.
Alright.
If these items fall into the wrong hands, take the hands that they fall into.
And do what with those hands?
Well, you'll have the items back.
And hands. I don't need any extra hands.
So, you guys are at a door to like a little shack. What are
Check
you
the
gonna do?
traps.
From what he said, is Ober planning on going with us through these doors, or is it more the 6 of us going through these doors, and he's gonna wait outside?
Over is giving you the look of, I hope you guys have a look in there, because that's not me.
Okay.
Over is a
You get the impression
non-combatant.
Over is definitely the desk kind of wizard.
All right.
I will also look at the door for traps and or locks.
Okay. Traps will be investigation, and locks are, but you can perceive in general, but investigation for traps.
I don't have my character sheet
Oh, why not?
because I can't click on
That's weird. I can open it just fine.
it. Of course you can.
Not a reasonable
Okay.
excuse.
Haha, there we go.
Now, Xavier, do you look like the Shroud of Turin?
What?
I like how you can see a Shroud of Turin in the blank picture.
Did you
Well,
just
I do see
Rorschach that
something.
shit?
I did. It is blank.
Anyway,
I'm not supposed to say
No, it's
something
blank. It's blank. Right
there. Okay.
Alright,
So-
investigation, and you said perception for. We're looking
Yeah,
for
so-
traps and locks. Yeah, investigation.
So as you guys begin checking the door, there's no indication of traps or anything on this door.
Alright, so once he gets a nod of approval from either one of them, Aravan's going through these doors.
I open up the door and step to the side.
I open the door and gesture my hand to welcome Aravan to go right through that door.
Find the
All right.
traps.
I'll go in.
So Aravan, are you just like charging in, or
Charging in after these thieves who stole this man's hand first.
He's my hero. Aravan's my hero. I'm taking
All right.
my place
I
right
will-
behind him
I
and
will-
behind his
So-
shield.
yeah, it's kind of like it's like a bright, full moon lit night out there, and where this shack is in the door, the shadow, like the shack is casting a shadow across the door, and Aravan, as the door is open, he goes charging through, and all you guys hear is, and you get the impression that Aravan just fell.
I look inside.
And you hear a thunk on the ground about
How long?
10 feet, about 10 feet
Oh,
further down.
How wide does the hole look?
oh my goodness.
And I grab a rock and cast light on it and throw it in.
You're gonna hit Aravan.
A small
The
little
first,
pebble, not like a boulder.
Aravan's going to take 4 falling damage.
That's bludgeoning. That's that's -3, right?
So that's one trap down.
One trap down.
He didn't
and
beat me at all.
that's
So
-3 damage on that.
that's true. You will. So because you have become expert at wearing this armor, you manage to like turn yourself, and the armor takes most of it, but the wind is definitely knocked out of you. You're like,
Belly flop.
watch the step.
Numa shows off his new slow falling to land lightly right next to Aravan.
And
Jackie Chan
the way
slide down
we've decided to describe slow falling for monks is not so much that you actually slowly fall. It's more that
Right? Yeah.
you know how to
the way
land, so you just
the
kind
way
of,
you land.
yeah, you just kind of hop down and land.
Yeah.
it.
No,
Like
no
a
problem.
Jedi.
Very parkour
And-
style.
As the
Right.
as the pebble that's had light cast on it has been thrown down, what you see as the pebble's falling is that there's just a hole about 5 feet wide, right inside this little shack, and there's like a rope ladder, tied
Oh, yeah.
to one side.
Rope ladder.
But who needs a rope ladder when you have slow falling?
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
I'll use the rope ladder. That's cool.
Yeah. When I get down there, I'm gonna stealth and then start looking for traps ahead.
Oh, we have something loading.
Ooh.
Yay! A new map.
I see spike traps.
I see I see.
Go.
I see
I'm just
premium
gonna warn you
crackers.
now. Don't expect nearly as many cool graphics and pretty pictures, considering that I myself have constructed this. Particular map.
Uh-oh. Watch out. Off the grid, guys.
So where's the key? Is this a cobblestone floor?
This floor is actually it looks like it's just kind of sand and a few
Okay.
like rocks, and it's like a dirty sand kind of floor. Yeah, now I've got to work on the scale real quick. I didn't actually bother checking the scale when I first did this. Actually, no. Hang on a second. Let me get back to the original. No, that's about right, actually. Okay. So, let me get some characters on the map. So, Erevan was the first one down.
Aha!
Ugh.
And we'll assume that you've moved to there.
Yes.
So that
Wait,
Numa
Another trap.
could come in behind you. And Erevan, because both of you have low light vision, you can see that there's a hallway, or not really a hallway exactly, more of a tunnel that extends out in front of you, and the floor you're stepping on is kind of covered in like some loose sand, and like I said, it's kind of there's like some dirt mixed in. It's just kind of a mishmash of whatever could be thrown in there, but it feels like there's something under you that's been kind of laid down to make a bit of a floor.
All right. So I'd like to take one step forward, looking for any kind of traps as he does so.
Okay.
So, investigation or perception?
Perception, if you just kind of want to take a look at the hall in general. Investigation to check kind of like right around you, and like really in general, if you guys want to check for traps specifically, that's going to be investigation. And
All right. So looking at the hall in general.
okay, so
You sure you don't want to look for traps?
Erevan finds the traps. Needn't you worry.
okay, so as you step up, you look, and it looks like the tunnel here it was kind of dug out more or less. The walls and the ceiling above you are kind of roughly shaped. I mean, it's about 6.5 feet high. Just enough room for a normal person to kind of walk through without having too much trouble.
All right.
Don't have to worry about that. I'm only 5'10", so we're in good shape.
And you don't notice anything unusual. I mean, again, nothing really unusual for a tunnel underneath a shack on the outskirts of town.
All right. So Erevan's just gonna keep on pressing forward.
And I'll make
Okay.
my way down the rope also.
He's gonna
Stay
raise
on.
a shield up in one arm and kind of get the spear over it, kind of Spartan-esque style as he keeps pressing forward down this tunnel.
I'm staying
And-
on this shoulder.
Octavia, you said you were coming in,
And I'll pick up my pebble that's lit and carry it so I can see.
so are you going to stand there or behind? Like,
Yeah,
what is
that's
the order everybody's planning on entering the area?
That's good for me.
That's fine. I'll bring up the rear. I'll be stealthy.
So, Xavier, your new best friend, and how's the nice way to put this? Rogue is the one bringing up the rear.
What?
The road. It puts him.
So that's good to know. I'm glad.
Hey, you know what? He wants to run forward. I don't know him yet.
Okay.
He does.
So Erevan, Numa, Octavia. Caden, you've been really quiet.
I'm here. Trying not to fall asleep.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for that. Glad we're entertaining you.
I'm here.
Well, don't worry. We're going to try to wrap this up quickly.
As soon as Erevan
Just so
sets up another trap.
Just so you know, this is the epic, awesome, amazingness I had planned.
Just took a while to get here.
And it sounds like we'll get it.
3 hours into the.
I mean, it could have been longer.
it's
We
like-
cut our travel down.
You've got a rhythm right. This is the teaser episode to build up to the season finale.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you
True.
open
This-
the door and then it's next session.
And
Yeah,
that's where you
season
die.
finale. People die in season finales.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's true.
it's not.
So, Erevan, as you step right there,
Oh,
I'll catch you.
what you discover is that the spot where you just stepped isn't quite so stable as the rest of the ones were. And underneath you, it kind of gives way. And you go
okay.
falling.
I'll be right back.
So, first, I'm going to have to make a couple of rolls. Let's see. We have. Okay, so this is your falling damage.
Reduced by 3.
So, that would be a 2 and a 2, so that's 4 falling damage.
Take one.
So, yeah,
Or
take one. And you're now at 2. Unfortunately for you, what you realize is that as you hit, it felt really, really spiky where you landed.
No.
It's a spike trap.
And so
Adam
you're going
called
to take 10 points of spike damage.
Reduced by 3.
Yep. So that is
7.
piercing damage.
All right.
And at the bottom of this pit, you you hit the spikes, they kind of break, and you hear, and you splash. And luckily, it's not much water down there. It's more like muck, less
Don't let
water.
anyone drop a toaster on you now.
Throw the rock at him, Octavia.
What really sucks though is that as you landed, like you kind of get the ringing out of your ears from and the pain, and all you hear is.
Take out Maravan.
And I'm gonna need everybody to roll initiative.
Oh,
Take out Maravan.
All right.
Dang it, Erevan.
Are we out in the open or tower?
That's a 3.
That's initiative. You can just roll it.
Oh, that's not good.
oh, was that a 20? Oh, what's that? Oh, it was a 2. Figures.
Well, we both rolled 2s. Mine's only a 3.
Don't worry about it.
I keep forgetting the hot
Golly,
button.
I'm in the back anyway.
You found the S button. You found Superman. Way to
Yeah,
go.
You should be able to I think hover over the S and see what it is.
Oh, that's great.
Swarm of
I love
poisonous-
swarms.
Swarm of happy healing snakes. That's great.
And
How far down is this pit?
Miles.
you don't know just yet
Ah,
because you can't see into it. Numa, on the other hand, can kind of look into it, and Numa would
Guys,
estimate.
we're in trouble.
Numa would estimate it's about 20 feet deep.
oh, okay.
20 feet deep. How wide is it? How big? Was it just where he was standing, or is it like
The whole
how many squares over is it?
Well, you can't
I mean, how
really
much-
see. Aravan can see, but you can't really see.
No. I mean, so where it gave way, where I'm standing,
the
is there
holy
another ledge like 5 feet away from where he fell in? It's
There
20
is-
feet deep.
Yeah, let's see. So he fell through, and that like 5 foot square section of
Yes.
floor gave out from under him.
Right.
The floor you're standing on and the floor beyond are still there.
So there's a 5 foot, 20 foot deep pit. 5 foot wide, 20 foot deep.
As you just from where you can see looking down, the pit looks bigger than 5 feet.
Okay.
But you can't really see particularly well in the instant that he's falling.
Gotcha.
So this now brings up the question: since Adam's falling asleep, do we pause here and pick it up here next week,
Real
or
quick,
do you?
if we are going to pause here, can you adjust Aravan's initiative to 3, not the 19? Because in a week I will definitely forget about that.
Oh, you mean you didn't actually roll a 19?
I did
No, his
on the
first one
second
was a
roll,
3.
but I
Yeah.
double clicked the hotbar for initiative, so it rolled twice for me.
Cheater.
I know.
He takes after me so
I
well.
just fell down a pit. You know what? I gotta relax for a little bit.
So, what do you guys feel like doing?
I'm for whatever. I don't care.
It doesn't matter to me. Whatever.
I'm off work tomorrow, so.
I can go on a little bit.
All right. Well, that seemed to be mostly votes for continuing. So, there is a swarm of snakes that sees Aravan
Give me
and
1
thinks that
second
he looks
and
kind
I'll
of tasty.
Friendly healing snakes, right? That's what I read.
Yeah.
Yep. So, they are going to move right on top of you, as swarms are known to do, and they're going to start biting.
Oh, God.
That's a hit.
Ooh.
This is piercing damage, so you're going
So
to
it's
take
reduced by 3.
take 5 piercing damage.
You die down there.
Now, okay, I'm pretty sure that 8 got applied in total. So, do you have your heal 3 button available?
Yes, I do. So, bloop.
There you go.
Yay.
That works.
And I need you to make a Constitution save.
You're good at those, right?
Save.
That's a success. So
Awesome.
you're going to get 2d6 poison damage. It's going to be 8 poison damage, not reduced by 3.
All right, 8 poison damage. I'll take it.
All right.
We're not alone down here.
Uma.
Yeah, guys, we have a swarm of poisonous snakes. Can I even tell how many snakes are in this pit?
There's a bunch.
Oh, gosh.
By definition, a swarm means a lot.
Aravan. So, Numa is going to try to leap on the other side of this pit so that my compadres can get up here that have ranged weapons. And I'm just going to have to take a chance. I want to jump. I think I can jump 10 feet, maybe.
Well,
don't
the
wanna-
ceiling's only 6.5 feet high.
Well, then
so-
I'm going to parkour. I'm going to run off on the side of the wall.
Okay. Let's make. I will allow you to try this.
I am a dexterous monk.
If you can make me, I'll even tell you the DC. If you can make a 15 DC on a dexterity check, I'll let you do that.
I just double click my dexterity
Do it.
ability.
Yep.
Just double click
Well,
that.
I'll give you acrobatics if you have acrobatics.
Ooh,
I do have acrobatics.
yeah.
You can do it.
You can do it.
Am I going into the tower, or do you want me to do it in the open?
Just do it in the open.
Good.
In the open,
We're
so
all
much fun.
excited.
So we can see if you fail or not.
Right?
Natural 20.
Swing better.
He does it without a problem.
You just take
Numa.
you take a quick step, and the hall is not very wide either. So really, what you do is you basically like put yourself up with 1 foot against one wall. You stick your
American
arm out
Ninja,
the other
baby.
wall, and then you just start like rolling. It's like
That's
this
right.
really amazing, thing, and you stop 10 feet on the other side.
Excellent. And it's solid.
It seems to be just fine.
So can I then take my quarterstaff and poke at the 5 feet that's in front of me back toward Aravan to see if it's solid?
Sure. And as you take your quarterstaff and like poke the ground,
Yep.
you feel the ground give way.
See there, I knew you were going to try to kill me.
And all of a sudden, there is now a 10-foot hole leading down to this trap.
But I'm on solid ground, right?
You are on
I'm not
solid
in the
ground.
hole. Because I don't think I can kill. Okay, all right. So that's 2 moves. I guess that's all right. Sorry, Aravan. I don't have anything to really do to snakes.
Okay, just because, I have to just quickly applaud Chip. Hopefully you guys will be able to see this if I put it over here.
What am I doing?
Can you click the dragon head and get the pit trap
Oh
thing?
my goodness.
Yes.
Oh,
I had it. It was all in there. The DC to see the next tile was trapped, and you just totally bypassed it. So go you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. I'm getting back into. I'm getting up to speed on this stuff now.
All right.
Aravan's the trap setter.
Kate,
Well, I mean,
is there anything you'd like to do?
Came so we didn't have to.
In the
Can
back.
I see the
You
swarm
jumped
of
in the
snakes from
hole.
where I am?
From where you are, you cannot. But you can step in front of Octavia, and you will absolutely be able to see them.
All right. So this is how deep is this pit?
About 20 feet. So where the swarm is crawling all over Aravan is roughly about 15 feet below you.
All right. Well, I can't actually target the swarm.
Okay, well, just know that the swarm is on top of Aravan. Can you get them now?
Yes. I think. It's control click, right?
There. You're targeted.
All right. So I'll be shooting snakes in a pit trap, but
Snakes in the barrel.
That's going to be a hit.
Nice.
Now, one of the beautiful things about swarms, and I'm going to read this specifically from the... Oh, where'd it go? It's supposed to be on here. Okay, well, never mind. I was
All immune to fire. Aha!
no, I was like 99% sure the thing about swarms was that any damage you deal to them is shared between you
That's
and
what I
the
was
thing they're
wondering.
swarming.
That's what I was wondering you were going to say.
But I don't see it, so in fact, that's not how it works.
Because I was like, I can throw some oil down there and set them all on fire, but then Aravan would roast too.
Thanks, guys.
That's how it worked, man.
So that swarm has just totally taken 9 points of damage.
All right, Octavia, take him out.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
nope, that's my turn.
All right. Hang on a second before we do that.
Oh my god, what's that?
Oh gosh, what is that?
Aravan was really the only one who got to see it, but he was otherwise occupied by the snakes crawling all over him.
Gosh.
But there's also this swarm of like gnats that are just, swarming around
Oh,
over
boy.
this area, and
Yeah.
those gnats come boiling up out of the pit that just opened up in front of them, or above them, and come
Oh no!
right on over to Numa.
Thank God.
And
I've got my my vial of off.
100% deep.
well, they are biting all over you,
Dang gummit. Jeez.
and you're gonna take 12
Should've
points
taken
of
that
damage.
Gnats?
Yeah.
Are you talking like dog pecker gnats?
These are
12 points of damage?
They're like mosquitoes.
these are more like sweat bees.
Good
Oh
Lord.
my
Like,
God.
I am not going down by this means. Gnats.
Octavia, you're up.
I'm jumping down in there with the snakes.
Okay, so
Jeez.
I can't see anything, so I'm gonna throw my rock that has light
You can
cast
now.
on it.
You absolutely can see
You get 30-foot vision right
the
now.
swarm of insects that's now all over Numa.
I can.
Oh yeah, it's up and at your level.
Yeah, they're
Cool.
right across from you. They're just 10 feet, 15 feet away from you.
Okay, so this is unexpected.
You telling me?
Let's see. Had a plan, and then the plan changed really quick.
But now, as a swarm, I mean, the behavior of a swarm is like one entity.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stick with my original plan, but I can't see Erebin, can I?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to look to Numa and cast. Oh well, let me target him first. Healing word. Why didn't I
What?
do it? I hit the wrong button.
Wait. You're gonna heal?
You're healing people? That
Guys,
doesn't
I'm turning over a
Sure, it was a
new.
misclick.
Okay.
sound... I didn't mean
Misclick.
to heal anyone, I swear. It was an accident.
So that technically is a bonus action.
Yeah, so look it, I can still fight people, okay? Jeez, guys. Since I can't see the swarm down there, I'm trying to think of what I can use that won't hit Numa. You
Cantrip.
know. Can I?
Well,
Sacred Flame?
Yeah.
That
Flame
would
the insects.
certainly
That's
seem
a
a
great way of killing insects.
Ah,
and they have failed their dexterity save. So go ahead and roll your damage.
Nice.
They are going to take 5 damage to that insect swarm.
suck it, insects. That's what you do.
are they
All
not
right.
attracted?
Okay.
Xavier.
Well, since none of my spells are on my character sheet, I'm just gonna shoot the swarm of insects with my bow and see if I can pinpoint one of them.
Okay.
Because I'd be a badass like that.
Yeah.
All right, I got them targeted for you.
Numa.
You can shoot a gnat's eye from 20 feet away.
Right.
Roll.
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, I can catch
that
the
was
missile if
18.
he misses.
Damn it. You need this in the box anyway, right?
No, you need to roll it open.
Okay. Well, I lost.
That's the only way it calculates it properly.
Even better.
Good news, we don't have to kill Xavier.
25.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
All right, so now my sneak attack isn't on here. So I need to do this plus 2d6. Nice. 18 damage to the insects.
Okay.
Just take the insects down.
I'll give you the better half of that damage, and give them an additional 6 damage.
Wait, what?
As you might imagine, shooting an arrow through a cloud of insects is not the most effective way of damaging them. And so, while you're sure that you definitely picked off the one that you had your eye on,
Yeah.
the rest don't seem quite so bothered.
I can't sneak attack a fly.
It's a gnat. Okay.
But
Dog pecker.
that arrow flies right past Numa, pushing it immediately through the cloud of insects and goes in the door behind him.
Oh, great. Yeah, I will bonus action to hide again.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and roll your
Your
stealth.
Stealth in the box.
Okay. Airvan.
Airman's just going to start flailing about with his spear. Or jet. Yeah, spear, I think that's how it happened. So, poisonous snakes. Take this. Nope.
They are definitely going to take that. Would you like to
Clearly a
stand
little
up?
distracted right now.
Try to hit
Yes.
yourself next time.
Airman's
Airman.
going to stand himself back up using half his movement. Can he see Numa up there?
You can see Numa standing kind of at the edge of this pit, and from where you are, you can see that the pit seems to extend a decent ways beyond where you're standing. Like underneath you, it only goes to about where your vision stops going back that way, but it continues on out in front of you, a decent ways.
So, like, there's another tunnel below this tunnel I was on?
Not really. So, to avoid giving away, hints about the dungeon by,
So then, like, the pit was, like, these 2 squares worth?
I'm going to try to draw the pit in for you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So, the pit. Oh, crap. I managed to get it right under you. Is everything up to about there. So, see where that box is from there
Yeah.
back to about there.
Okay. So that's a much bigger pit. Okay. So, Airman would like to shout out up above for them to watch their footing. For the path they travel along is not as safe as he might have expected it to be. And that ended his turn.
And Chesko's still not down here, so
He's watching the boy.
Damn it, Chesko.
the swarm, still crawling all over, is going to take another bite at you.
I don't know they're messing with a monk with some serious slapping power.
Jeez.
They're rolling
These
rocks.
snakes. These aren't snakes.
Ooh.
So give yourself your 3 hit points
Oh
back.
gosh.
Go. Look, +3.
And since you've already resisted the poison, I'm going to give you 1d6 damage this time, as your body is kind of rejecting it. So that'll be 4 more points of poison damage.
Okay.
Good thing is we just have to kick the sand into this hole to bury you, Aravan.
Thanks, Numa. Thank you so much.
Numa.
All right. I'm going to do... where am I going? Yeah. All right. So smacking these things. Yeah.
Yep. As you like flail them out, trying to smack them away from you, they don't seem to be paying too much attention to you.
Well, I get a bonus attack too with unarmed attack, right?
You can spend a key for it, right?
Only if you hit, I thought.
Quick, everyone. DMGs.
When you use the attack action with an unarmed strike or a monk weapon on your turn, you can make one unarmed strike as a bonus action.
Yes, sir.
Was that at 4th level?
That's at first level.
Martial arts.
For the martial arts.
Oh, okay. Well, then go right ahead.
Oh, okay.
Because-
And you can basically spend a key point to make it 2 versus 1.
Unfortunately, since you don't have them targeted,
Oh, crap.
Oh,
that's
come
okay.
on.
The first one was a miss, I'm pretty sure. Yep, the first one was a miss, but the second one's a hit. So go ahead and roll damage for the second one.
Slap hands. Slap hands.
And
Slapping them.
do you want to spend a key point to make 2 more
2 more what? Attacks?
attacks?
Sure, because I am not going down by dog pecker gnats. But where do you want me to record the key at?
You should have a flurry of blows.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
All right, so go ahead and make 2 more attacks.
Heyo.
That's going to be a hit.
Ooh, I almost hit
That's going to be a
myself.
miss.
Well, one was in my eye. One was in my eye. I went to hit myself.
Yeah, I know that.
The right dog picker.
And the rest of you who can see this, I guess actually all you can see is everybody could even be watching it. All of a sudden, Numa's hands just become a blur. And as they whip around his head, there are just small, tiny explosions everywhere as insects just burst. And when he finishes, like the last one, he slams his hand against the wall. As he pulls it back, you see a splatter mark of about 5 insects crushed against the side of the wall.
Take that, gnat.
And the swarm of insects is dead.
Awesome.
Yay!
Caden,
I'm coming, Aravan.
How are we going to get across there?
Much appreciated.
Oh, do I need it? Did I close my? Sorry.
All right. I guess I'll take another shot at the snakes that I am still targeting. Yeah.
Nice.
that's definitely a hit.
Woo!
Man, I'm fired with the rolls and the damage.
Is there anything else you'd
All
like?
right. Nah, that's all.
All right. And as you have flung 2 firebolts down there, you've seen clusters of snakes like just burst off of Aravan's armor, and it looks like there's only about half as many as there were initially. So you've definitely made an impression. Octavia.
So, can I like lean over Caden and see inside this hole?
Just to look, sure, but to actually make an attack, no.
Okay, what about to heal so I can see Aravan to heal him?
I would say you're more than capable of moving up and jumping down into the pit to try to help.
Ah, that sounds really tempting.
It's only 20 feet, and you actually know it's coming, so you could make an athletics or an acrobatics check to avoid damage.
You know my character so well.
Mm-hmm. You're strong. You can jump.
It's really not that bad. I will throw down a rope because my rope still has knots in it. So how about that?
You're
Throw down a rope.
absolutely free to throw a rope. So, Aravan,
That's all I can do.
you see that immediately beside you, a big, massive coil of rope goes plopping into the ground.
I'm holding one end of it, okay?
You're throwing an end of
Here's
the
a
rope.
rope.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Then.
Here, tie yourself up with a knotted rope.
Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Painful. I would like to hold my action to heal him if I can't use my healing word because I looked at him.
Like I said, you're absolutely free to jump down there and help.
Oh yeah, I'm holding my action until I can see something.
I mean,
Like a snake to attack, or my action was throwing the rope. So my bonus action, if I can see Aravan, I will heal him. Other than that,
okay.
I'm holding this rope.
Xavier.
Yeah. Trying to think about what I can do here. I'm gonna start looking for any levers that might trigger something to stabilize this platform, or something of that nature.
Would you like to make an investigation check?
I will.
As you look around, you don't see any levers or anything that seems to, not from where you're standing, or not in this hallway anyway.
Okay. Alright. I'm just gonna move up one square there. And that's it. That's all I can do.
Okay. Aravan.
Aravan, seeing as of how his spear was of no use, these guys.
The spear and his companions.
And
I can't see somebody standing on the edge.
is there a wall here, kind of to the left of Numa, that he could attempt to scurry his way up out of this pit? Or would he have to
No.
climb,
No, there's not. But if you're looking around the pit, you can see that right there is a ladder affixed to the side of the wall.
he's just gonna go right for that ladder.
Cool. I'll just take back my rope.
Making use of his action or the rest of his movement to start climbing up this ladder as far as he can go.
All right, and so you climb up. Since you've using your full turn to do this, you get all the way up to the top of the ladder, and in front of you is the outside of a door with no handle.
All right, and would I have enough action or movement to open this door?
You could try pushing against it, but there's no handle.
Okay, I will push against this door.
And it doesn't move.
Oh, and would I see Aravan from right there?
No, in fact, he is now out of everyone's view.
Ah, damn it, Aravan. Damn you.
All right.
It's nice not to.
Numa says, I believe the snakes have eaten Aravan.
Assuming I've still got the swarm of snakes on my person.
Now, as you scurried off, you managed to shake most of the snakes off of you.
All right. Do
and
I still have an action? Or was that climbing or pushing on the door?
No, because you moved 25 feet to get over there, and another 20 feet up the ladder. So.
Okay. So with that, Aravan's gonna end.
Jessica's not there. The swarm of snakes is hissing at you quite vociferously. And they kind of chase after you, but they're stuck at the bottom of the ladder. And you're at the top, so there's not a whole lot they can do about it. They are definitely pissed. They do not like that you got away from them. Numa, you have just seen Erevan go running off underneath you into a part of this pit that you can't see. And then you saw a whole bunch of snakes go slithering off in that direction.
Okay, so Numa, being the naive young half-elf that he is, will jump down in the pit and give chase to this swarm of snakes.
Okay.
Make sure that Erevan is okay, and then...
Since you have the slow fall, you don't have to worry about it. You just land lightly in the muck at the bottom of this pit and turn around. And since you're in half-elf, you can still see okay. So you're absolutely able to get up there on that swarm of snakes.
And I'm going to attack with my short sword.
Need to target it first.
Oh, thank you. Is it the control click?
Mhm.
Hey.
Yep, that worked.
Oh.
That's a hit.
And now I've risked myself being poisoned, of course.
You're a monk. You can deal with it, right?
Yeah, I think so. I can meditate about it.
Ponder upon your mistakes.
Yeah.
And
Go to my happy place.
Since that short sword counts as a monk weapon, I believe you can still use your bonus action to make an unarmed strike.
You can.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, you need
And
to
I
be level 10.
smite them with my hangnail.
All right. Anything else you'd like to do?
No, as I'm doing that, I'm screaming, Erevan, where are you? As I attack poisonous snakes. Just so he knows I'm down here.
As you scream that, you see him about 15 feet in front of you, a little higher up.
Just waving from the ladder. Oh, Numa, what are you doing?
Snakes can't climb ladders.
Caden, these snakes, from where you're standing, you can sort of see Numa. You can't see the snakes, really.
All right. You said there was a ladder on the side of this?
Erevan is down at the ladder. And
Oh,
right now
further
there's
down. Okay.
right now there's a rope hanging over the edge that Octavia's holding.
A knotted rope.
That is a sturdy rope. I guess I go down the rope then.
Okay. So you can use your movement to get down the rope. Since it's knotted and everything, I'm not even going to make a check for it. You managed to
rope.
you managed to get down, and you managed to stand on all the crushed spears that Erevan found for you. And what would you like to do from there?
Can I see the snakes now?
You can. It's dimish light down there, but you can make them out.
All right. So I'll take another shot at them.
Damn.
That's another hit.
Not so good on the damage this time.
But at this point, there's just a handful of snakes left. These things have definitely had their day, and it's not going well for them. So Octavia, you're now holding a rope that Caden has just made his way down.
I'll hold the rope so she can climb down it.
I don't know if she's muted herself or what, but
Probably.
Yeah, totally muted.
Yeah, you just
Stepping
jump down the hole,
forward.
right?
No, this isn't the hole. This is a ledge
no,
still.
she's
isn't
still
it?
on the ledge
Oh.
I'm on the ledge.
Yeah.
or
But
on the
I'm- yeah.
walkway.
Stepping forward to see if I can see anyone.
you can see Caden immediately below you. And
Hey.
since you're bringing the light slightly closer, you can also see Numa. You don't see Aravan.
Okay, so I'll drop the light down there. No, I'll keep it with me. Yeah, I'll keep it with me. That's smart.
She drops the lights and casts it again in her palm of her hand.
Basically, yeah.
Standing again.
Yeah, I'll stand here and hold the rope and be like, guys, where'd you go? Weren't you just right here? I got a rope for you.
All right.
Now, wait. With the rope.
Xavier.
Useless.
Alright. So, I see a door at the end of the hallway.
There is a door at the end of the hallway.
No latch, though.
You
That I
see
can
a
see.
door with a handle, and it looks like just a normal door. It looks a little slightly reinforced, but a normal door.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Mage Hand.
Okay.
And it will be completely invisible. And I will have it go over and try to open the door.
All right. As the mage hand grasps the knob and begins to turn, you hear a slight and make the assumption that the door is locked.
Okay. That's my turn. That's all I got.
All right.
Is Aravan at
Oh,
a different
whoops.
level?
Aravan.
Is Aravan at a different level than the original tunnel? His door?
No. Just spatially, what you can tell, Aravan seems to now be at the same level where the tunnel was.
Okay. But there's
a
a wall
in
between. But there's a wall between that tunnel and this tunnel. Or
Yes.
Okay, I got you. Understand.
Like as the pit extended, instead of being like, 20 feet deep the entire way, like where you fell was 20 feet deep, in front of you was more like 8 feet. And so the ceiling was much lower until you got over to where this ladder was. And as he started climbing up, you can kind of see his feet at the bottom of the ladder where he's standing.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like another little, tunnel-ish thing going up.
Gotcha.
Alright, so Aravan, seeing Numa having leapt in after him, is going to hurl a javelin down at this swarm of snakes.
Okay.
And you miss.
Well, I was gonna make you do it with disadvantage since you're on a ladder, but that's okay. You missed.
Just anyways. And with that, Aravan's just going to climb his way back down the ladder
Retrieve his javelin.
into the swarm of snakes as much as he can in order to distract them from Numa nearby.
Okay. That's a thing you can do.
That's why
Numa, make
Aravan's
your way
my...
back up the pit of the cave. From the pit.
And this swarm of snakes, having now become just a few snakes, is not really interested in what's going on in this place anymore and is getting the fuck out. So you see, a few wriggling snakes making their way through like little holes in the walls and various little hidey places going underneath the bodies of other snakes. And they're getting the hell out of here.
That's what I thought.
With that, Aravan has disarmed another trap. Woo!
Aravan, the evil egg layer.
Oh.
I think that's where we'll wrap it up for tonight.
Oh, man.
So when we come back next week, there's a locked door at the end of this hallway. You have two people in the bottom of a pit with no apparent way out. And you've got a 10-foot gap to try to get across.
No big deal. No big deal.
And I got a magic hand.
Sure, you've got a magic hand. All right.
Yeah.
So, for oh wait, I need to get everybody's XP set properly. Since you guys are all level 4, that meant 2700s. And what's level 5? Does anybody remember?
I want to say
Like
it's
2800.
4500.
I don't remember.
Like 87,000.
6,500 for level 5.
65.
60.
Yeah, the
Not
4
35.
to 5 and then the 5 to 6 gap is a big one.
Okay, so 27 and 65 for everybody. Well, while I'm doing this, you want to do highlights for the night? Things you liked, things you didn't like? We'll start with Adam since he's about to pass out.
Hitting level 4. Let's go with that.
Well, I certainly appreciate you making it, even though you're clearly exhausted.
Yes.
That's what we're gonna go with, I guess.
Yes. Let's go with that.
Anybody else?
So Aravan's highlight, or at least for Ryan anyways, was definitely getting to be the asshole of the group who didn't throw his egg.
Yeah, right.
Destroyed.
Hey, okay.
That's just not the kind of person that Ryan is in real life, so it was interesting getting to play that, like, let's not go with what everybody's saying is the right thing to do mentality. And Aravan definitely has reasons for not doing so.
And I really liked your reasoning because you did, in the end, persuade Octavia, who was adamant about burn everything alive. But hey, you know what? That's actually really smart. So maybe we shouldn't burn everything alive immediately. Very persuasive.
Now I'm definitely interested to see in what's in this hit that's got everybody wondering why we haven't been playing D&D to this extent before, in history ever before, or however it was advertised.
The most incredible D&D experience of your lives is starting right now.
Yeah, starting right
Guys,
now.
the Tomb of Horrors. Oh God.
Don't worry, we got Aravan Trap Finder.
We don't see it, he will find it.
So, yeah.
I mean, I was just like, wow, you almost rolled high enough to see something, and then you just walked right into it. I do have to give Numa props again for like just sensing that next tile was going to be a problem.
I like that Numa is becoming the next human highlight film. This is one of the second episodes where he's done something remarkable with his agility. So he's an action hero.
Yeah, he is.
He thinks he's an action hero anyway.
Yeah, he's Jet Li.
Yeah.
How about Octavia?
Well, her highlight was burning the eggs, just because those lovely visions you put in her head weren't very pretty. So she was pretty happy that they got a hold of the eggs. Now it's 3 less dragons, or 2 right now. 2 less dragons they're gonna have to worry about. So, but then after Aravan, she kind of feels like a dickhead for burning them, but at the same time, we don't need 3 of them. So, yeah, she's excited to convince everyone to go back and talk to the rock tentacle monster I can never remember the name of. And
Roper.
he didn't even eat us, guys. I told you. He was very cool.
He creeped me the fuck out. I didn't want to be there.
Yeah, I didn't want.
Piles and piles of food. That's why he didn't eat us.
It's
It
perfect.
was full.
And you didn't cast Shatter on him or attack him.
Yes.
Both of those things were
That too.
important.
Very important.
You did good.
Xavier.
Yeah, my highlight was introducing my character so far. And watching
And you
the group fall.
and you haven't even done any trap. Well, you sort of did some trap detection. You know, you opened the door to let somebody fall in the pit, and
Trap detection is not nearly as keen as Aravan.
and you also you haven't even gotten the chance to open up that box they brought to you.
I know. We had to run out the door.
My
Damn.
cat.
The cat's
A lot
agreed.
of cats just start going crazy.
Oh, sorry, that's me.
Oh, okay. I'm like looking around for my cat. Like, that was not me this time, is it? That's awesome.
It's their treat time. Sorry.
Ah,
Mine's just an
yeah.
asshole.
They're very punctual.
8:05 on the dot.
Well, guys, I really am excited for the experience you're going to have in the rest of this place.
Oh, yes.
Terrifying.
And all right, well,
And
Guess I
tomorrow I will
Yes,
link up
yeah.
the game on YouTube, and I'll put a link in the Skype chat if you guys want to see it.
So we can all find out what it was Ben was whispering to Amanda.
You can,
Say how much of
and
what I
or
told
you can watch Aravan fall down the pit like 30 times if you want.
all right,
Never
well,
comes.
guys, awesome time. Thank you again. I wish we could do it again tomorrow, but
Last.
I guess we'll have to wait until next week.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right.
Yep, see y'all.
Night, everybody.
Next week.
Good.